Welcome, Wappum crew, new listeners, guys, gals, ghouls, anybody else who's listening out there beyond the omniverse tonight. Secure your tinfoil hats, buckle down tight, and hold on loosely as we soar over the rocky tops of the La Platas on a rocky mountain high, get sucked into the vortex of the Four Corners, and settle down snugly at mile marker 420 in colorful Colorado. It is Saturday, August 26th. Sunday, August 27th, for those of you across the pond and beyond. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you, and welcome to We Are Paradox Media's Late Night in the Rockies. I'm your host, TessaTNT, and we are broadcasting live from the Mile High Clubhouse tonight. And tell you what, guys, I've been looking into our stats and stuff, and we are being listened to all over the world. Australia, India, Pakistan, South Africa, Portugal, United Kingdom, Greece, Norway, Ireland, Saudi Arabia, Italy, Belgium, and Argentina. It's pretty intriguing. And the more I look, the more places that show up. So that's pretty interesting to me. But I'm so glad all of you could join us from wherever you may be listening. Hope you had an awesome week so far, and whatever season you may be going into. Some of us are heading into fall. I'm super excited about that because it's been a pretty hot and crazy summer. But some of you are going into spring and into your own summers. So that's pretty exciting. Kids are back in school here. Not sure if kids are getting out of school over there, but you know, life just keeps rolling that little wheel. If you're listening to us live right now, you may be listening to us on KPNL Radio, which you can find on KPNL Radio at kpnl-db.com. You may also find us on eTalk Radio, which you can find on etalk.tv/radio, as well as YouTube under We Are Paradox Media, Twitch, and then Twitter under me, TessaTNT. If you want to listen to us in your free time, whether you're working it, or working out, you can find us on Spreaker, Twitter, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Facebook, as I said before, CastBox, Tumblr, SoundCloud, TuneIn Radio, Deezer, Podcast Addict, Podcast Chaser, Podvine, Podbean, Altel.com, GeoSarn or Savin, I think it's Sarn, VLC, and then finally I did it. We're on Amazon Music, and we're also on Audible. So we're all over the place. So in the future, I might just say, wherever you like to listen, just listen there, because that might be the easiest route. But anyways, I'm so glad you could join us for We Are Paradox Media's Late Night in the Rockies. This evening, I will be joined by Robert White from Australia. We have Mr. Travis Willier Moostoos from Alberta, Canada. Mia is going to be here, as well as Jani Banani, but we're still waiting on them to show up. Hey, Robert and Travis, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Hanging in there.
And that person that's cooking right now, that's the wrong spice. You picked up the wrong bottle.
Anyway, I'm doing good. Thanks for having me back here, Tessa. It's always it's always nice to come and do the Paranormal Forum and come chat it up and hang around and say hello. Oh, looks like Mia popped in. Anyway, it's good to see all of y'all. Robert, hey, how's it going?
Yeah. Yeah, the foot hasn't fallen off, so all good.
Cool. How's Tessa's world? How's she been? Haven't heard from you in a while.
Oh, yeah, it's been hot and crazy. So hot as far as weather, and not just weather as far as like the sun, but all the clouds pretending like it's going to rain, and it really doesn't, but it's still really humid because they are rain clouds and they're just, kind of drifting over. But yeah, hot and humid. I
Yeah.
think humid is the worst part.
I totally get that. Wow. Yeah. See, similar out here, but we did have some rain though, so it's been pretty chill, and but like I said, well, the rain's welcome over here.
Definitely,
Send
like I
some
look at
over
the clouds
here.
and I'm like, what, Mia?
I said send some over here. Hey guys, some rain.
Hey,
in the
Mia.
desert. How are you?
Good. Missing you already. I know you just left back to Arizona, but I'm just like, come back already.
I know, right? I got in my car today and it said 1:14, and I'm like, no, I'm going back to Colorado. I'm done.
Yeah.
I forfeit.
Yeah, like you're saying, Travis, like the rain is welcome. So when I see those rain clouds, I'm like, oh, it's gonna rain. And then you'll hear the thunder and all the other stuff, and still nothing. It's like, come on, don't threaten me with a good time. Just let it fall. My plants all over my yard. My raspberry
Yeah.
bushes have only been like devastated by no rain, as well as the grasshoppers. I don't know about you guys, but the grasshoppers have been insane this year.
Tons in Arizona, tons. They're just everywhere. Whenever I go to do my flying lessons, they just like they're everywhere there for some reason, and I don't know why. And they just smack me in the face sometimes. Like they just jump up like they're little soldiers and like jump on my face, and yeah, they're crazy.
Yeah, no, it was fly season right now, but now it's like changing over to bees. I see the bees more active and stuff. But yeah, grasshopper season's like in the fall for us out here in the north. But yeah, that's wild. A lot of the insects are going wild.
Totally.
Yeah, they love the summer here. They're just everywhere. And I think them and Vern are in league with each other because Vern refuses to cut the yard and the grasshoppers are just loving it. And for a while I was parking in the yard because our new neighbor is like, you can't park there anymore because that's part of my property, which I call bullshit on. But I've been parking in there to keep the peace. If Vern weren't here, I'd be parking out in the driveway where I usually park, and I wouldn't care. But I don't want Vern to get stressed out. So I'll park in the yard, and every time I get in or out of my car, it's ridiculous. Locusts everywhere. They don't care if it's summer, spring, or fall. They're all over the place. They ate up my raspberries. Like, I'm glad I didn't grow any cannabis this year because they would have eaten that up too, and I would have been extremely pissed. And you guys don't have to be so quiet.
Oh, I just yeah, no, I sent a little message there. I was like, oh, that would be sad.
I had
Yeah.
Tic Tacs in my mouth. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. I'd just be like camping out there or something and, have a fly swatter or something. I don't know. It's insane. But I got so sick of it, I ended up parking in the regular driveway. Yes, one of
There you
those.
go.
You eat it, it zaps them.
That is an Australian fly swatter if I've ever seen one. I know you have those. I don't know what they're called, but they look like they're from some sort of sci-fi movie. Those giant insects flying like
Yeah, we've got some weird ones down here.
down under.
Hmm.
The Fremunda bugs.
And they're from underbugs. I like that.
No, but my brother, he bought my mom a couple of those, and then he also bought her those shotguns that shoot like peat salt or something. And so, you'll cock it and then you'll shoot them, and it doesn't shoot any windows out or anything, but it generally kills the flies or whatever is flying around. And they also got these hanging bags that are super stinky.
Oh,
Like,
yes. The girl in my barn, she has those, and they are bad. And then she went nose blind to them, and every time I go down there, I'm like, Jamie, please get rid of those things. They're just so raunchy. But I did see this tutorial thing, and it works the same as those fly things, but less stink. And you take like a bunch of like a jug of water, and then you add like some honey and sugar, and I think like, I don't know if you add lemon. Anyway, there's a recipe for it, but I know it's honey and sugar and water, and you just put it in a water bottle, like a jug, and cut it in half. Or you take water bottles, and they'll go into the small caps of the water bottles, and they'll go like,
and they can't get out.
Yeah, so it'll keep the smell out. But I don't know how often you have to change those, because that's the thing. Like, they won't stink if you change them like daily, but that's a lot.
Yeah, that is a lot. Yeah. Robert, you were gonna say something on that. I didn't mean to interrupt, but no. So, before we went on our cruise to Mexico, me and my sister went, and we were trying to find those traps, not just for the flies, but also for the yellow jackets, but mostly for the flies. And the lady that worked there didn't speak very much English, which whatever, I totally get it. But she didn't know where to find anything, and we walked around. We finally found it, and it's a hanging thing. You put water in it to a certain level, and it mixes with whatever's in there already. And ooh, like if it's close to you, like where you're sitting on the back porch or whatever, it is so smelly. It's not fun, but I can see why the flies are attracted to it.
Totally.
They like stinky stiffs. So, Robert, we're going to start with you tonight. You said you don't have like a lot of paranormal stuff happening or UFO happenings or anything. I know you've been dealing a lot with your foot. Can you tell those of our listeners out there that are curious, like how you're doing on your progress with that and what's been going on in your world?
Yeah, well, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? Yeah, I think it was. Might have been 3 weeks ago, actually. My foot just started swelling up, and was getting the shakes and shivers, and I actually filmed myself with the shakes, and the camera was going all over the place, and everyone was saying, get to the ER now. So I went up to the ER. They put me in overnight, and then they sent me home to do the hospital in the home treatment. And the ladies were coming around each day for about a week. And then they said, go over to the clinic, and went over there. The doctor said, oh, I think a surgeon might need to see this. And so I went up to the ER again, waited 5 hours and said, bugger this, and left. And then they said, they rang up the next day and said, if you don't go up there, we're going to discontinue service to you. So I went up there, waited 8 hours. And that's when they finally saw me, put me in again, gave me a whole heap of IVs for the foot. And then on the Saturday, I was only on the Thursday and Friday, but Saturday they then said, oh, well, there's nothing else we can do for you now, because I took a heap of blood type of test things, and they said nothing they could do for you that you can't get done at home. So they sent me home.
I was so upset when that happened, because I was like, oh, there's hope, and he's in there, and they'll keep him for a while. But like you said, it has been getting better, right? So good.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, I just remember when they did that with my mother-in-law. They're like, oh, you're having renal heart failure or whatnot, and she had like water going around her heart and stuff. I think it's due to diabetes. Generally, it's down in her lower legs and stuff, but it was up around her heart. I can't remember the correct term for it. I think the term I just used was incorrect. But yeah, he said there's nothing we can do for you, so you might as well just go home. And the way she took it was, they're sending me home to die. So she was totally scared, and she didn't want to go. like, had he said it in a different way that she would have understood in, like, layman's terms, she wouldn't have been so scared, but she was scared for her life. She thought they were just sending her home to die. But no, she was fine for
Oh my gosh. I didn't know
after.
they could do
Yeah.
that. They're like, would you prefer to die in the comfort of your bed, or would you prefer to die here with medical staff? Like,
Surrounded by strangers who'll wake you up at 4 a.m.
Yeah. Or every hour on the hour. It feels like it when you're in there. It's like, man, won't you just let me sleep?
Mhm. Oh, yes. I remember when I had my broken leg, and it was right when COVID started, so they were very short-staffed. Like, there wasn't anyone on my floor. And let me tell you, whenever the painkillers that they put in the whatever IV I had it or whatever, whenever they wore off, oh, I noticed right away. And I would push the button, and it had been, 4 hours or whatever. And especially late at night, there was like no one. And so it would take like an extra hour, and I was just sitting there. Well, I don't know if it was an actual extra hour, but it felt like an extra hour. I'm like, is there anybody working here? And then I remember one time they like forgot about me completely, and it took forever to get someone in. I don't remember why I wanted them, but it was crazy. Like, they were so short staffed, because I'm talking like the day within the first couple of days of the COVID thing like hitting hard. So like the entire floor was empty. I couldn't have visitors because they didn't know what was going on. It was crazy. Like, I watched COVID happen from like inside of a hospital bed. Like, and I'm like, what is going on? And it was even more scary because it's like you don't know what's going on out there either. It was crazy.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys if you've heard this, but supposedly there's a new COVID strain that's running rampant. And I heard
Oh
it was
yeah,
like Minnesota or Wisconsin or somewhere like that. And it's just like, multiplying. And I'm like, wow, they're at it again.
Canada.
You
We
know,
you
we
know
had-
we're gonna be masking up pretty soon here
I,
again, so be
I'm not
prepared.
gonna comply.
But
I'm not gonna comply.
but but they will
no,
have they'll have their the brand new vaccine though, I'm sure, by
oh, yeah, I'm
beginning
pretty sure they
beginning
already
of
have it.
October.
And
Beginning,
then
yeah.
Joe Biden also just said, yes, I think everybody who's even already had their vaccinations needs to take this one. And I'm like, even more reason for me not to take it. Like, I didn't take any of the ones before. I went through COVID a few times. Pretty sure my autoimmunities, or whatever the heck you call them, my immunities are working out pretty good. And I'm not taking this one because I don't trust the government, especially after COVID and then everything
I
else that's
do.
happened, and then this
I
Hawaii
trust the
stuff.
government. I also trust Pfizer. I was thinking about getting a Pfizer hoodie. I feel like
Anyway, I was just gonna say I ain't gonna care until I see zombies running in the streets in the friggin' packs like in the movies there, you know?
oh,
That's
Travis, we're almost there. Don't it's okay. Your time will come and
Hey,
my
and
time will come. We're gonna have to fight the
Travis has
zombies.
training because
I
he's
think
been
we
in
should all
zombie
just
movies. So
come up with a meeting place now. Like,
yes, and me and Sandra and people on the after party, we've talked about, okay, where are we going to meet up if shit
there's
really hits
lots of
the fan?
underground tunnels.
I think we need to re-meet.
Right. What about Kansas? Kansas is nice, right? No, we need
No,
somewhere with lots of mountains. Canada. They probably won't let us in.
duh,
Duh. Totally.
Canada. Yes, I agree. Let's
What
do
about the
that.
bottom of the Grand Canyon? Is probably the wisest bet here because it's underneath. It'll be a long, long hike, but maybe I'll
Hey,
get a
I'm with
mule.
you. Are you talking about where they found that tomb of the Egyptians? They used to think it was Tibetans, and it's actually been proven that they're Egyptians.
I didn't know that.
Yes, and they have it all blocked off right now. So certain parts of the Grand Canyon you can't go to because there's this cave system, and it's immense. And there's also a huge room with tombs. They're not laying down, they're upright in their own little cubbies, and there's tons of them.
Yeah, probably better to stay away from any sort of a national park, because I'm sure they'll be pretty much, monitored
All over it.
and cut off. Yeah. Yeah. That better go somewhere that no one knows, right? Like somewhere and somewhere stupid that nobody wants to go. Also, that's the hard part. You got to pick somewhere that no one really wants to go there and people don't really know about it. I don't know. I'll let you know when I know.
That place on what the heck is that show where they have the portal that they ignite and then they go to different times and realms and places. And
what about that little town where the mayor walks around in sandals and brings his dogs into the post office?
Oh, Rico, Colorado.
Yeah, we'll go to Rico.
Let's do that.
They have mines and stuff we can hide in.
Mm-hmm.
and possible Sasquatch as well.
Yes, white ones too.
Perfect. Yes,
Yeah.
the mystical white Sasquatch.
Well, I feel bad for him though, because all the other ones were over on the side where we were, and I actually compared my shoe to the footprint, and it was hard to pick up the footprint. Like, had it just been mud or something, I could pick it up really easy, but it was in like a stony sort of dirt. So it was really hard to see. So I marked the toe and the heel with a rock, and I put my foot next to it just to, measure size and stuff. So I think this was either an adolescent or teenage size Bigfoot. But on the other side of the valley is the albino Bigfoot. Is he albino because he was born that way? Or is he albino because he was old and, kind of kicked off the island?
Or
Makes you wonder.
I don't know. Do Sasquatches get gray hairs?
I don't know.
Wait,
Travis?
do monkeys go gray? I think they do. Yeah. Right? I think gorillas, they call them
orangutans and stuff.
Yeah, they age. They have kids and they have age. They do age and they do get older and they do have elders and yeah, that's right. And they have spirits of their own and everything and just like us human beings and it's just
totally.
That's wild.
Damn the bad luck. I don't know. Even when I take my girl out, Tassie, and we're going around, we saw these elderly people and they're just trying really hard to get in their vehicle, and the old lady's trying to take care of the old man, and I just looked at them and I'm like, I don't want to get old, and I've never seen my life getting to the point where I get old. I see myself going out in a blaze of glory, which is probably not really exciting. But I don't want to get old and fragile.
Yeah. But that's what your kids are for, and your grandkids, though, right? Kind of. Maybe.
Yeah, of course. They
used to be for the fields,
right? And I've said it before.
That's so true, Travis, and we need to bring that back. Because kids need to learn how to work these days.
Oh yeah, my kids are like, no kids do chores. Chores are for parents. And I'm like, oh, so we're supposed to work jobs and pay the bills and do chores, and you're just supposed to sit around and use the internet and not do anything around the house. Yeah, that's a perfect role for a kid.
I'm not anti-violence, when it comes to that sort of stuff. But honestly, if I did have kids, though, and it's a good thing I don't. I have I would either it would just depend. But I think in general, I would probably just maybe let them get away with too much because I'm nice. But until I hit that point where I snap, and then when I snap, I'm going to jail. Maybe for the best.
Real wild, yeah.
But I have piglets, and they are fantastic.
Oh. Well, wait, yeah, you do?
Yes, my pig
Oh,
in
they're so
Colorado
cute.
just had her first litter, and then 2 of them are being donated right now to an auction for a young girl that it's a sad thing. Her dad passed away. He actually lived on the property, and he passed
I
away
love that
suddenly.
guy.
I
I love
know,
his
I know.
energy and his
I had a
spirit.
dream about him
And
last night. I dreamt about him all freaking night. I feel like he pulled me out on the astral and he was trying to show me things, but I wasn't quite understanding because things look different on the astral, right? And so I'm trying to figure this out. But the crazy part was there was a lot of water. I went to the house, the same house that we went to.
did you
Tess.
know why? I think when he flipped, he went into that little. It's not a canyon, but
No,
it's
it's
like
in the
the stream.
house. No, it's in the
Okay.
house, and there's like underneath the house there's some water issue because you know how there was the smell, and then that toilet was just like sitting there with the thing on
Dude,
top of it off.
I'm telling you, that was a smell of death, and I smelt it when we first came in, and you're like,
There's
oh, it's
something
just the
under the
trash and
house.
stuff.
If there's a body under
Something
that
dead?
house, I swear I can't handle that. But
I'm
no, I
telling
mean,
you, it was a smell of death, and
I
I've
think it's
smelled
an
dead
animal.
animals and dead humans.
I think it's an animal. Well, and here's the other thing, like right outside that house, right before I came back to Arizona, um, Cayenne's nephew was there, young kid. He ended up there was a rattlesnake and he shot him with a BB
What?
gun. Yeah.
Good.
And like I haven't seen one here in Arizona, and that's the second one in the last year that's been there in Colorado. I mean, a different kind of rattlesnake. At least it's not a diamondback like we have here, but that's crazy.
No. Usually
And
we
it's
have
still
diamondbacks, and then they kind of bred with something else, and it became the Rocky Mountain Diamondback. So there's two different breeds, but the Diamondback has been the major one here for a long
really.
time. Yeah, and then there was the Mountain
This is
Diamondback.
kind of high desert, but I would think though, because the Diamondbacks here, they like heat. I mean, they survive in very hot climates, and if I was cold just a few days ago in Colorado, then I wouldn't see how they would be living comfortably at night, especially when it was cloudy and cold at night.
Yeah, and here in Colorado, generally they show up when it's really hot, and I think that's when they're just like trying to escape the heat or whatever. Like their little cubbies or whatever are not working so well, so they come out. Like farmers in this area have been attacked by them because they jumped out because there was something in the way of their Kubota or excavator or whatever the heck they're using. They get out to move, the wire or whatever it might be, and there's millions of rattlesnakes. Like, it seems like they like the heat. Even going up to Lion's Den up there by Fort Lewis College, I walked right by a rattlesnake, and my niece was like, "Dang, Auntie, you just walked right by that rattlesnake. It could have jumped out and bit you." But I think like they're sunbathing, so they really don't care.
Well,
Had
yeah,
I walked up to its hole and been like,
they're
trying to
not
mess with it.
as long as they're not provoked. Like I've had ones like literally crawl on my window before, and until they're provoked or cornered or you catch them by surprise, they actually typically like to stay away from people. But
Yeah.
they will defend themselves, and it is scary.
Yeah, and when I say we suck, I just mean the majority of us. We as a group, I think we're pretty cool as far as humans, but we're scum. We suck. We're not worthy. So as far as you goes, Travis, I was telling you, like last time we went paranormal hunting, me and Mia saw that large mothership. You've shared that link several times. That's the very same one. It's like a line of light. It's always at a diagonal thing, and it moves across the sky. Pretty intense. So I was like, maybe this time we'll see it too, but we got scared away, and then we were messing with baby pigs, and I want that one that came up to me, Mia. I want that pig. I didn't see enough of those. Yeah, you named the girl Calico. I was talking about the boy that came up to me.
Oh yeah, that was the firstborn. He doesn't have a name, but I found him, and I thought he was dead, honestly, because he was by himself and
Oh,
not in the nest. But he must have been the
he's
firstborn,
just
and
independent.
she just plopped
Yeah,
him
I
out,
said,
and he was still stuck in like the, like, I don't know what it was, like a film stuff, like, but it was like dry.
yeah, it's the birth sac.
Yeah, so he
They
still
don't get
had
it
that
off.
on him, and he had a cut on his ear, and he couldn't find the rest of them, and I thought he
Oh,
passed away or something because he was so far away from the other ones. I think she was just far away from the nest, and he just plopped out, and then he did, pigs are almost blind anyway, so imagine a newborn one with the stuff on him that, like, he doesn't know where he is, like, poor thing. And so that's why he was so friendly, because I pulled that stuff off of him, and he had a little cut on his ear, but it wasn't bad. And then he became super friendly. So I don't know. He was the firstborn. I like that
it was
one.
funny because I said that night, I was like, he was the first one out, and you're like, what did you know? And I'm like, no, he was the first one out of the little bundle there. He's the first one
Mhm.
that came out to say hello to me.
Yeah.
Um,
No, he is.
I didn't know he was the firstborn.
And that's why. That's exactly why. Because I think he met me before he met his mom.
Yeah.
If you
So
think
he's
about
like,
it,
hello, human.
I don't even know if she knew he was back there, because she was too busy in labor with, what, 5 other ones. And so he was just in the corner over there for I don't know how long. It had to have been a couple hours by himself. A few hours, even maybe even like 3 or 4 hours by himself in the corner before I picked him up and cleaned him off and moved him to the nest. So maybe he thinks I'm mom. Oh no, probably not.
Mommy.
No,
Aw.
not so much. But anyway, they're cute. They're so smart. Pigs are so smart. And these are racing
That
pigs.
double one.
Like, they're bred for pig races. So pretty soon here, when they get big enough, they're gonna be fast little suckers. And I'm gonna race them. And yeah, I want a little pig racetrack, and that's just my life plan. I'm just gonna, like, travel around and race pigs, and people can bet money. There you go. Hustle.
That's not bad.
I saw someone doing it. I totally saw someone do it, and I'm like, what do they do? Just go to fairs? They were at the ostrich festival. I think they were from Canada too, if I recall. They had a big old giant truck, and they had this little, like, racetrack that they set up, and they had pig races, and like, and they were at an ostrich festival, but they probably just travel around to, like, different events and stuff and set up, and I'm like, that looks really fun. I mean, yeah, pretty much.
And me and Mia just learned because we got pulled into trivia. We tried to deny it twice, but we got
Oh
sucked into
yes,
it.
our bird knowledge
The
was
bird,
exceptional.
yes, it was exceptional. That was our best round. Our first round was 4, second round was 8, which was the bird one. And then the third round for artists and art was 4 again. But yeah, the
I think
ostrich
Travis would have
is
done good with
one.
that one. Robert too. Didn't I say, I'm like, I wish Robert was here at one point in time? I
Yes.
think it was with the bird one. I'm like, oh, I know he would know this one.
I know, it's like, can we have somebody here, like, online? Because there's only 2 of us, and the other groups were huge. There was
We
just
did
2 of
good
us,
for
but
being the only duo in there. Like, there was tables of like 8 to 10 people. I think the smallest one other than us was like a 4 top or something like that. And I think we knocked him out of the park with our
yeah, the
trivia.
ostrich was one of the answers. A bird that its brain is smaller than its eyes. It's got really big eyes, but its brain is smaller. Can't remember what we picked, but it was
Well,
ostrich.
I
Wasn't
picked an
it?
owl because I know owls have very small
Yes.
brains. They're not very smart, and I thought, well, they have big eyes, but I knew it was an ostrich. That was I just totally spaced it. I totally knew that one, and I was disgusted with myself because I'm like a nerd when it comes to that type of stuff. But we did really good. I think we only missed 2. We missed that one, and then we missed one other one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and it was another one that I knew too. It was what is a
The
baby swan?
swan. The baby
A baby.
swan.
Mhm. Which I forgot it again. Sigmet, a sigmet.
I believe you're right. Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
And
I knew that.
she's like, oh, is this one that starts with this move on? I'm like, I have no freaking clue. I kept naming off these different things. She's like, no, that's not it, which it wasn't. But
Well,
it was our first time doing trivia, so we were trivia virgins, and it was just two of us instead of these huge tables of people. So we stood our ground, and the guy kept telling us every time he came by, he's like, "You guys are still in the running. You guys are doing really good." But yeah, that's kind of exciting, but different. I didn't expect that to happen that night, but just go with the flow. It was pretty
I'd
fun.
do it again.
I know, me too. I'm like, we just need more people. Like, can we get Jani and Melanie and, other
Totally.
people over here with us?
Just
Vern's not allowed.
grab all the nerdy friends you have and just tell them just surprise them with trivia.
Yeah, Vern's got to babysit, and then we'll just have a group of girls, and we'll still be the Misfits.
I liked that.
Misfits, Mrs. Fitz.
Misfits. That's awesome.
But it was fun. But as far as UFOs, oh my gosh, like, I haven't had any, like, personal visual things, but in my dreams, I've been having stuff happen. Have any of you guys had that happening? Or in your dreams, they're coming to you?
Yes, for both. Yeah, I've sent you a couple of videos on in Messenger there, and of a few crafts that flew over, like a few flyovers. One of them is a solid orb light that flies by. And when I say orb, I mean a spherical light that's in the sky. Almost looks like a star, but it goes by at a decent speed. It's fairly close to the ground. The fact that I could see it with my camera, and when I try to get in close with it, um, it pretty much just shuts off my camera when I get too close. So it's kind of funny. I'm like, there it is. Yeah, it just totally shut off my camera. There it goes, my camera, kind of deal. It's kind of funny. And then the second video is of another craft, and you can literally see the light glinting like off the on my camera, right? So it's just like, like that kind of effect having from a craft flying over it, it's pretty cool. It's a different kind of video. They're only about 40 seconds a piece, but like I said, it was it is fairly fast when I was like, the time I had to get out my camera and hit record, right? So, but other than that though, last night when I was, we had a little bit of a clear sky around 2 in the morning, so I was out there checking it out, and yeah, it was like I was getting a few flashes in the sky, a few stars that were just kind of flashing in the distance, and that was about it. A few flashers, and that's actually one of the videos is of a craft that's flying by. You can actually see that on the video too. So that's what's kind of cool about that one. I mean, those two videos I sent to you, and those are taken from myself. I was using my phone to take those take those videos. So anyway, other than that, as for dreams, tell me about your dream.
Well, first of all, I want to say now it makes a lot of sense to me because I haven't had a lot of experience with like close-up UFO encounters and trying to film it. The one I did have, I'm trying to get my cell phone to work, but it won't work. So what you just said really resonated with me because I'm like, maybe that's why my cell phone camera wouldn't work. I just tried to keep getting it to work and it wouldn't. Maybe it was so close because it was only about 20 feet away that it wouldn't allow it. I have to say hello, Jani.
Hello, everybody. How are you?
Doing good. Welcome. Dr. Wow.
Thank you. I know, I'm so sorry I'm late. I was well and truly asleep when it started.
Oh no, I envy you. I love sleep. People don't understand it, but I'm just like, that's my one true love is sleep.
Waking up at 1:30's kind of not really normally me, but I've been in hospital on Friday night and was given so many drugs to try and just get my pain, balanced. Yeah, so obviously yesterday I felt great, but just slept like a log overnight. Yeah.
You probably needed it too, because you're a busy bee.
No, well, I haven't been. I've actually been. I came back from Australia Thursday week ago, and and just felt off on the Friday. Come the Saturday, I've been in bed ever since Saturday. So like an entire week I was, and then come Friday night, it just progressed. Thursday and Friday it got worse. And then I was in hospital on Friday, and yeah. But, you know, the joys of life. The joys of life. What's the topic today, guys?
Well, we've been talking about different stuff. So right now, we were discussing UFOs in real life and then our weird ass UFO or alien dreams. But yeah, Travis was just saying how when they got so close, he wasn't able to film because his camera wouldn't work. And that's when it totally made sense to me why I wasn't able to film that one 20 feet from my back door. Like I kept trying to get the cell phone to work, wouldn't work. So I just called the family over instead because I need somebody besides myself to see what I'm seeing. So I know I'm not freaking crazy. And so, yeah, my 2 daughters and my husband came over. My 2 daughters seen the same thing as I did. It was, it looked like a glass orb, but it's probably some sort of energy field with liquid fire running through it. I could say liquid hot magma, but I'm pretty sure it was just like, it looked like fire, and it could be fire through the wind or whatever. It was just rolling in this clockwise sort of fashion. My 2 daughters saw it the same way, but Vern saw a sphere with a bat flapping its wings at a very slow rate of speed. Which one makes more sense to you? I think that's a protective shield that failed, and what we saw was actually the true thing of it, because a lot of people have seen the same thing.
Yep,
Or maybe
light technology, and maybe you were meant to see it too.
Because we're part alien. I don't know. I've always called myself a mutant alien. You know, I've never fit in, never been a part of the crowd. Like, totally makes sense to me. Maybe I am part alien. Go ahead,
Can I ask what color it was?
It was red, orange, and yellow. So it looked like fire flowing through this orb.
Okay.
Red, yellow, and orange. Red,
Okay,
yellow, orange.
so
Red, yellow, orange.
I've seen a amber one. But I've seen an amber one and I've seen a white one. Now, both of those in Australia we classify as min lights.
Min?
So Robert, yeah, they're called min. M-I-N.
Okay. What does min mean?
I'm not entirely sure. Again,
Okay.
today's probably not the best day to ask me good questions like that.
Yeah, and Robert might not come in right away because his family
Robert
just
would know. Oh, did they? Is he gone?
Yeah, I think he's still here because he's planning on hopping back in, but I think they just arrived, so he just left it active just so he can come back in.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to Google that.
Yeah, look, yeah, Google it for sure. Because the ones that I've seen, were, you know, was close to where I'd seen the you know, little 5-foot grey. And so you just don't know, you know, like a lot of the reports of mins are usually and commonly
So these are little
around
dinosaur
Sasquatch
things?
areas. And sorry, darling.
It says, okay, maybe I just left a letter out. It said mini, so I think I just left a letter out.
Okay, Robert, there you go. Hello. Do you know the actual representation of a min light? Like what the Aboriginal meaning is?
As far as I know, it's just the lights that follow.
Lights of what?
Yeah.
The lights that follow.
Oh, that's how mine first started.
Yeah, so they
Like
call
you
them
said,
the
when you
min-mins.
see it, like, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, they just call them the min-mins, and you know, they could be a ball of light that follows your car up the road. For me, the one that I seen was in the bush. I thought it was one of our group of people that I was with. Thought it was one of their cars that was coming down the road, but I'd actually been tailing. I'd walked Valentino and myself, and there was another couple of people through the bush, and we were watching these bright orange lights just come through the bush, and as it was moving across, I just naturally thought it was the group of cars that were with us coming to grab us, because we'd walked off, and then when those cars did come through, and you could see the lights through the trees,
Mhm.
and then once that light, though, they did come, their lights were completely different, like a totally different shade of amber through the cut. It was crazy. So it was more of an orangey amber than it was a white amber, you know.
Yeah,
So
and I want to say, like, the first time I saw this, and I'm pretty sure the first UFO I ever saw, which was a northern light, but it was much higher up in the sky, like you said, it was an amber color. But when it was closer, like 20 feet away, you could see the actual color, which made it look amber, which was the
yeah,
orange, yellow, and red.
which I could see exactly how that would have reflected through the trees in the middle of the night. And
Yeah,
then
there was no trees to the end, but yeah, that's how it looked from a
the
distance
second
up in the
one
sky.
the second one that I had seen was on the night that we did that we'd realized the timeline shift. So we had been out in a place called Delarcha, pulled up at the local pony club, and there's a toilet block there. So we were getting out, we were going to the toilet. It was like really late at night. I don't know if it was 1, 2, I can't remember. But we'd pulled up, we've gone to go to the toilet. Anyway, my girlfriend who was next to me, we've both just happened to look out to the left hand. It was just like one of those momentary things where you both just, and then and we're watching this big ball of white light just slowly glide
Was it
across the
because you felt
mountain.
like, I don't know about you, Johnny, but can you feel people watching you? Because I can feel people
Oh
watching me,
yeah.
and I often look over at them and they're looking at me. So is it kind of like the same feeling when you felt that thing over there? Like they were watching
We
you?
didn't feel anything. When you like pull a car up and then you just happen to like glance over.
Yeah.
If you pull up at a shop and you just happen to glance over and then you're like, oh shit, they're looking at me, like that sort of
Yeah.
thing. But it wasn't even like that. Like it was like we just pulled up and then I noticed my head turning at the same time Katie's was, and we both looked over and there's this min like floating, and we'd been saying for months, the only thing I haven't seen here is a min light. Like we just really wanted to see one, and then boom, there it was, right. But then we kind of went, when we snapped out of it, I was like, I looked back. It was like a mesmerizing thing that our bodies were just drawn to the electricity of it. And then I've looked at my friend. I sort of snapped out of it. And I looked at her, and I'm like, "Did you just see that?" And she goes, "You just seen it too." And I was like, "Yeah." Like we both of us were just drawn to that. So they obviously, for whatever energetic fields that they have, I feel like they draw quite well, and quite easily, because we were just captivated. From the moment she literally pulled up, turned the car off, and then both of us were just like zombies. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny you say that because, like, the first time we saw it, when you say Min Min and I look up the description of it, this is exactly what it was. So we were in Ignacio, Colorado, which is a reservation town. This is a town of indigenous people, and we're there for the motorcycle rally. And I had to take the kids out because my husband's like, "Hey, you need to take Kinsey and Nova, and you guys need to leave now." I was pregnant with Floyd at the time, and I'm like, "Okay, I got it." Because after a certain hour, tits and ass and all kinds of things start coming out, and the kids don't need to see that. It
Yeah.
gets pretty rancid after a certain hour. So I
I
take
may
the
or
kids
may
in the
not
morning.
have
You
been one of
what?
What
those
is she admitting to now?
1 year at the rally.
Go Mia, it's your birthday.
You may or may have not watched.
I may or may not have may or may not have been encouraged to do the wet t-shirt contest 1 year at the
Oh,
rally.
I didn't mean to.
What?
I did one too, and that
Okay,
was the year
good.
I was actually sexually assaulted. But it was fun before that other thing happened. But
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. That sucks. I was protected, but I definitely participated, and I was just praying that there may or may not be a video of that somewhere on the interwebs. I hope not.
I know. I don't think the internet was that big back in the day when we did it. Thank God.
Oh,
Because
there was a lot of
otherwise,
people there, and
yeah,
and
but I don't think the internet was that big.
well, it also this was kind of my first experience in a small town, so there were times later down the road at the local diner or whatever where I would have someone say, "Oh, I remember you from the bike rally," and I'm like, "Oh
No.
my."
How do you remember me?
I just can't even.
There goes the
Yeah,
neighborhood
but
already making splash in this little town, but
yeah, you just, warped everyone's minds with your chittles. I know. I've done the same thing. But no,
I
that
think
year
I
I was just
made
like,
a strong impression.
yes, I believe you did. I believe in you. But that year I just had to get the kids out of there, and the whole way, like, Nova's like, Mom, there's this light. It's following us. There's a light in the sky following us. And, I was just thinking back to when I was a kid, and, when I was in the back seat and my dad was driving, whether he was drunk or not, I was having races with the moon or whatever to, like, distract myself. So I'm like, maybe that's what she's doing. Like, sometimes the moon comes up before dark and shit like that. So maybe that's what it is. She's like, Mom, you really got to see this. You really got to see this. And I stopped at the stop sign. I got out and she's like, Mom, what are you doing? And I'm like, you said I got to see this. So I'm getting out to see. And I looked up, and what this particular person that I just did an interview with said, put your arm out and make a fist. How big was it compared to your fist? I believe this thing was about 30 to 50 feet above me, because when I saw it the second time, it was 3 or 4 feet in diameter. The first time I saw it, it just seemed like really small. I think just because it was further away, it was higher up in the sky. That was pre having my son. Then I had my son born with 6 fingers on his right hand. And then I'm sitting there breastfeeding him, thinking about Dylan Redwine, hoping he's okay wherever he is, staying safe and warm. And all of a sudden, it comes down my fence line at a walking pace, and it was larger than. Instead of being amber colored, you could see the individual colors that mixed together to make that amber color. It was red, yellow, and orange. Red, yellow, and orange. It looked like liquid fire flowing through this thing. I don't know. To me,
Amber
it was
is the
just really
color of
intriguing.
energy. That song,
Yes.
311. I think it's called Amber.
Mhm. Now I'm going to
Anyway.
have to listen to that. Yeah. I love that song. But was that kind of the same thing you were dealing with, Johnny, or not? Because I know when it's further away, it looks a different color, but when it's closer up, you can actually see the colors.
Well, there were two. So the one in the bush was the amber one. That would have probably been 50 meters in front of me as well. Where we were was on a track up a hill up in the ranges, in the outback of Newcastle. No, we weren't. We were Nana Glen, sort of like mid coast, mid to south, mid coast. It's about mid coast. In the ranges up the top. So look, yeah, the colorings of it were it was a bit hard to distinguish because it was coming through the trees. So yeah, it was kind of like, I don't know if you can see the curtains. Oh no, it wasn't really it either.
No, but I understand what you're saying, because, like, when I saw that one that night, I was coming down the fence, and you could see the fence lines and everything because it was just so bright. But when I lost track of it was when it went. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 blue spruces in the back, and it makes like a tree cave. And that's what we call it, is the tree cave. If it's really hot in the house, go out there, and it's so cool. It's like the best place to hang out. But as soon as it got right behind that place, I couldn't really see it. Like you said, it's like broken up and you can't really see it. It just kind of disappears within the branches and leaves and stuff.
It does, and it'll just pop, and before you realize, you're like, well, did I just see that?
Mm-hmm.
It did, yeah. Like I do know there's a lot of talk of what they could be, because they're just like energetic sphere balls. Like they're so perfect and circular. They're so vibrant, like you can feel them buzzing, and so it's almost, there's questions whether the Aboriginals think that they're their ancestors or spirits. Okay, that could be wrong. Hold on. I know that there's talk of them being spirits.
I don't think they're ancestral though. I feel like they're more aliens.
I know that there's a lot of talk about them being Sasquatches or aliens that are using these balls to, transform and then move themselves.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's just not enough
Well, where I'm
information into
at,
them,
I
and
know it
they're
ain't
so rare.
Sasquatch. I'm just thinking this is alien. And at one point, I actually ripped the door open and I stepped out because I'm like, I want to get closer to this thing. As soon as I stepped one foot out, I realized I have kids and I need to take care of them. And I don't know what this thing is. Like, if I go out there to get close to it, am I just gonna zip and disappear? Or
Yeah.
will I be able to go back to my kids? So that's why I didn't proceed. I stepped one foot out, I looked around, and I stepped back in. I closed the door, locked it, and went about my business. But I did want to see it closer. I wanted to be like, hello. I know my mentor cat, she was looking for one, especially the green ones, supposedly, according to her, were healing. And she had cancer that started in her liver and spread up into her brain. And she was hoping to find a green one. I've never seen a green one personally, but that one I was so intrigued. I just wanted to step out there and see. And then I was like, had I been a single person, I would have gone and done it, but I had kids, so I can't be selfish. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Totally.
I do get that. I'm selfish.
I want to be
When it
selfish.
comes to that. I'm like, oh, like my kids understand that my research is a passion. But that's
On that
also,
note,
I'm not going to put
lady,
myself in extremely risky situations, but I'm also going to go and check shit out.
right? Like at
Can't
first I
help
was like,
myself. I
I'm gonna
can't help
go.
myself.
Yeah, but as soon as I stepped out, I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe I should step back and realize like I need to be here for them. Because like had it
That's the
been
beauty
green
of our
or
intuition.
purple or blue or something like that, it might have been different, but it was red to me. The major part was red, even though it was yellow, orange, and red. I was just like, I don't know what this thing's intentions are. I need to stay back with my
Mm.
kids. So, like you said, intuition. I could have just like as soon as I stepped out, picked up on the danger or something. And I hate to cut
100%.
everybody off. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we do have to go to our first music break. We have Griff from Toronto, Canada with Best Life. Then we have Miss Tamara Bubble with Out the Mud, Laundry, and Cute Panties. Then we have Roy Washington with Subliminal. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this music break, which is about 16 to 17 minutes long.
All right. How is everyone?
Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm gonna let my bed lie. Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm gonna let my bed lie. Don't care if it ain't right. You that live your bed. Don't care if my head ain't right. you from? Who you with? Are you a blend? Are you a grip? I do my thing. Scale it, in this world, no one's innocent. We are free, get follows. One snap of my fingertips. See these haters like blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Talking gibberish. I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. You see that baby, don't care if my head ain't right. Rolling and rolling SUV. Rolling and rolling and rolling to my homies. Rolling and rolling and rolling SUV. Rolling and rolling and rolling with my homies. I'm going to live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm going to live my best life. Do you live your best life? Do you live your best life? Do you live your best life? I'm going to live my best life. In case my head ain't right, I'm going to live my best life. Do you live your best life? Do you live your best life? Do you live your best life? I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. You should and live your best life. Don't care if my head ain't right.
I get the feeling, can't help but feeling. I get the feeling I'm the weekend, and I'm feeling don't want to have it in the daytime. Promise you keep sunshine on my feet. This is juicy. We got this one blow on my cheek. Sweet dreams told me don't let go. Sweet dreams, please don't tell me lies. Take me back. It's gonna be different now. It's gonna be different now. When it's steady pouring rain, we're stepping out the mud. Yeah, we on our way. We're stepping out the mud. It's gonna be okay. Ain't got to live in that I want through. Ain't got to do with what I want to. We're stepping out the mud. Yeah, we on our way. On your way. We gon' be okay. Ain't gon' do me dirty, you gon' do me right. Give me all the sunshine I need in my life. Ain't gon' do me dirty, you gon' do me right. Give me all the sunshine I need in my life. I get the feeling I'm too moonlight. Put a little two steps on my feet. I should be dancing 'cause it feel right. Shake it with the breeze. Now once again, won't give me two times. I'm just so lucky, can't you see? Sweet dreams told me don't let go. Sweet dreams, please don't tell me lies. Take me back. It's gonna be different now. That's what they say. It's gonna be different now. When it's steady pouring rain, we're stepping out the mud. Yeah, we on our way. We're stepping out the mud. It's gonna be okay. Ain't got to live in that I want through. Ain't got to do with what I want to. We're stepping out the mud. Yeah, we on our way. On your way. We gon' be okay. Ain't gon' do me dirty, you gon' do me right. Give me all the sunshine I need in my life. Ain't gon' do me dirty, you gon' do me right. Give me all the sunshine I need in my life. Hey, get up on that washer. It's been cycle till I come home. The way where I'm at, I'm out here bread winning, so don't hit my phone. Shoulda never gave you treats like that. You got a sweet tooth, so won't leave me alone. Next time I try to get some sleep, I wake up cause you doing me wrong. Nigga, covers, used to fight it, but I love it, hate it. That's what got me weak. Cause now we going, really, she's like, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Ain't playing. I'm playing. How you doing the vicious tour? Better looking plates clean. Be grateful for this delicious food. Why you want to pause? What you scrubbing floors cause you want some more? But you like it dirty. You ain't so dirty. You like it dirty. Nigga, under covers. You the fatty, love it, hate it. That's what got me weak. Cause now we going. Really, she's like, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Nigga, under covers. You the fatty, love it, hate it. That's what got me weak. Cause now we going. Really, she's like, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? First of all, I was sleeping. And second of all, why you creeping? Third of all up on me, rubbing like conditioner that you be trying to leave in. Relax, love, keep breathing. And I would say keep cleaning, but you like it dirty. You is so dirty. You like it dirty. Nigga, under covers. Used to fight it, but I love it, hate it. That's what got me weak. Cause now we going. Really, she's like, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Get up on that washer. It's been cycle till I come home. The way where I'm at, I'm out here bread winning, so don't hit my phone. Shoulda never gave you treats like that. You got a sweet tooth, so won't leave me alone. Next time I try to get some sleep, I wake up cause you doing me wrong. Nigga, under covers, used to fight it, love it, hate it. That's what got me weak. Cause now we going. Really, she's like, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Nigga, under covers, used to fight it, love it, hate it. That's what got me weak. Cause now we going. Really, she's like, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Oh, who doing laundry? Undercover. Yeah, you like it dirty. You are so dirty. You like it dirty, yeah? Undercover. Yeah, you like it dirty. You are so dirty. You like it dirty. Yeah. Bubble on that. Yeah. Real cute. Underwear. To be honest, I don't really wear many. I don't even really rock panties. Let me be clear. I'm used to getting a few new big pair each year from my granny. Couple sexy ones that might come off, and I done had way too much. Any a drunk text go out. They come in with some sweet juicy pie down there. I'ma go that route. But now, nigga, wrong song. I only need a couple of bars to turn you on. That's why I started mentioning that lingerie. But pull her to the studio with some long johns. This verse about to take a turn for the worse, and all them cute panties gonna be long gone. Cause the hating niggas that I wrote it for, they ain't afraid of wordplay. That's why they wrote this for. So I'ma drive them wild. So one day they might hit all about my voice shows G-string, bloody thongs, even for the edible panties on the cover, so they wonder how that bubble taste. You can stay mad, be miserable, old, predictable, maybe not even applicable. Yeah, you typical. Check your man if it ain't you, cause way too many queens rockin' shades, cause they eyes black and blue. Way too many dudes putting hands on the road. That make you feel like a man. Way too many dudes only wanna spar. Only wanna be ball. Ain't got no conversation. Just a call. Why I keep sending like some bras? Why I keep sending dudes like these girls fighting on the step to a car? These little niggas online, working my lame hoes got a ball. And all they do is like the females doing interviews with that nigga car. Be like, come in, big boy. They go to drones. I just came from shopping. Let me slip you into something real soul. Some pretty laces satin or the silk, cause some pretty little rolls they gon' hang off your balls. Super true, super pretty, yeah. You the type that rock them cute pennies, yeah. Come here, cute, yeah. Real cute. You ain't on a female, cute, real cute. Why you mad we getting money? Maybe that's why you sag like them bunny shout. How about the way? Cute pennies, bro.
Real cute.
Grown man, big bucks, taking shots from a penthouse love. Talking trash, you making big calls. Yeah, then again, that's only till his phone got off. Come again, yeah, his phone got disconnected. But don't worry, he be back online hating in a second. Back at the crib, remember she paid her phone and the rent. Squash a nigga vegetable sauce. Now he slipped up in my mentions on some vegetable bro. Leaving comment after comment, you that thirsty, drink vomit. I promise I ain't never seen nobody when I so much time to hate me. Be honest, is you mad at me? Or the fact that I'm grinding? It's a fact that I'm winning. Son, I really be shining. Why you pressed on my diamond? You ready to swing on this little bitty girl, so don't tell me I'm lying. Way too many dudes putting hands on the road. That make you feel like a man. Best hand I let we go back to yeah, you stop. Way too many dudes only wanna fall. I don't wanna be fall. Conversation, I only wanna get the call. Why I keep sending bros that are like some bras? Why I keep sending dudes like these girls paying on the step to a call? These little niggas online work hard like hoes got a bar. And all they do is this like the females doing interviews with that nigga blood. Be like, come in, big boy. Take off them drones. I just came from shopping. Let me slip you into something real soul. Some pretty laces satin or the silk, cause some pretty little rolls they gon' hang off your balls. Super true, super pretty, yeah. You the type that rock them cute pennies, yeah. Come on, cute, yeah. Real cute. You ain't on a female, cute, real cute. Why you mad we getting money? Maybe that's why you sag like them bunny shout. How about the way? Cute pennies, bro. Real cute.
D-Roy watching, man. What's happening, man?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. They never say it in words, but in deeds wars declared. Justice is gone and the sight's none is spare. Especially the kingdom encased in melanin. Fucking suckers are weak, kings and queens will ride again. Come on, slackers will banish the white sheets and the maggots. Watch them fall as I attack them because I'm better than average. A sharpshooter with words with my eye to the scope. And they escape when I don the black cape is hell. Problem, city army, but we stayed in the flow. They had juice like Manolo.
They can try to oppress, you can try to impress. That's the success. That's just that. You can look in my eyes, my vibe. And I'm just side and it's so sentimental. I don't want something politics of violent shit. I'm here to raise the consciousness for every face and race up in the trapped in poverty. Diamond in the rough, need to cut, shape it and polish it. Bad thoughts, cripple life, we can be an optimist. We can be an optimist, reconstruct apocalypse. Broke people always hating. It makes me with that gossiping. Rose up in the concrete. Press, you can try to impress. That's the success, not that. You can look in my eyes, my vibe. And I'm just side and it's so sentimental.
The 45th is a joke, and he's weak and disgusting. He plans to defy, but there's no stopping nothing. If we have to fight, go toe to toe for our lives, we prevail and got sight, cause only light I recite.
I put my lips like a shotgun, camouflage inside the tracks. Now watch the suckers run. I'm moving fast enough, heads up, now here I come. I designed 50 ways to make this murder fun. I spit the lyrical rain that coat the concrete, that give life and take form. Arise and walk the street. Am I the greatest to spit? Feel the spray and we'll see. Let it try all the lies and the truth will point to me. Even when surrounded by a million of seas, I'm the one under the sun who's the greatest of thieves. I got the Holy Ghost juking and tapping while I'm rapping. Thinking and moving like Ray Jones, I'll make it happen. Even animals move when the novelist is rocking. My doggy started barking, his ears just a flopping. Subliminally, I penetrate camps like an enemy. Flicking the lights, cancel sight, cause you're not seeing me.
You can try to oppress, you can try to impress. I'm just after success, nonsense, you know, my eyes, it's my vibes. Look, I came down inside and it's so stuck to me. No, I got God on my side. I ain't worried about nothing. If it ain't about money, then it ain't about nothing. Laughing at my enemies, I know they see me coming. If it ain't subliminal, they can't even see me coming.
Yep, I was muted over here. Anywho, so what I was saying was laser beam. That was a picture of the Phoenix, whatever. Phoenix, I can't remember the number, taking off, and it was a slow frame recording of it. Same place, same thing, etc. This was not in Hawaii. This was actually somewhere else where that happened. But it looks a lot like Hawaii, so it was able to trick people pretty easily as far as what was going on there. As far as the fires go, I think for me, it comes down to okay, number one, Oprah Winfrey. She's a big part of it. Jeffrey Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates. Do any of these names ring a bell? Because seriously, these people are all in on this. It's pretty intense. So, Oprah Winfrey, she bought a property like it was a trending bestseller. Oprah bought 520 acres. This was a plot of 520, $3.89 million in 2023. Then another 330 acres the same year for $2.47 million, not to mention two 10-acre patches for $100,000. The fire burns nearby, but leaves her vast acreage unscathed. So everything else burned off, but for some reason, Oprah Winfrey's properties were not burning off. They were left unscathed. Pretty
I think she has
freaking
a
weird.
total of about 1,000 acres there.
Yeah, so it's 520 plus 330, but guess what? There's more. 2 times 10, so that's 20 more acres. So 520 plus 330. That's 600, correct? Or close to that. Basically, she has just over 600 acres of Hawaiian property. But guess what? She's not the only one. And also I want to mention this not only happened with what happened in Hawaii recently, and yes, she made a statement, or she's like, hello, I'm here, I'm up for Winfrey, and I'm here to bring things to people, and it's just whoever was there at the time, she's given it to them, but really not anything else. This also happened with land around her Montecito home. Everything burned but her property, just like in Hawaii. Everything around her property burned. And it was like kind of like my friend Jerry's place, like all around his property line. He did have a witch come out. She did,
It's because she's
do
the
some.
devil.
Well, yeah,
Just
she
kidding.
did do some blessings and shit, and she walked the line, and everything below his line burned up to there, but nothing beyond. So that prayer really did work. It's not the devil, it's prayer. But I see what you're saying because I've seen a lot of that too. But okay, so she's got 3.89 million, then 2.47 million, and then 20 acres. How much does that bring her? Everything burned but her property. She bought acreage then and again after mudslides. So there's a fire, then after that comes the rain and then the mudslides. And that's when a lot of other acreage was taken out, where people are just like, what do we do now?
Or
Do
maybe
we
the devil
rebuild?
was trying to get her because of all the Haitian children that she trafficked or whatever, but never mind.
I don't
And it
know.
missed her.
I'm just thinking she's just like, no. Was waiting for this property to come up because, like I read, 520, 330, and then 10 and 10. She's just building and building and building. It's not just her. It's Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, and who was the other one? Do I have another one? Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates. Oh, Jeffrey Bezos. That's who it was.
Okay. I don't like to feed into all the conspiracy stuff, but it's like some of it, like
Me neither.
I like to make fun of it because we don't really know any of these things. These are just things that are said. And you have to kind of do your own research, which honestly on that I haven't. So I can't say that but I
It
can
takes
make jokes
time.
about it, which I will do.
I'm thinking about doing the research, but have I done it yet? No. I
Did we
don't
lose
know.
Jani?
I think we did. She hasn't come back. And I haven't messaged her personally, but you could, or somebody else. But as far as Oprah Winfrey goes, with these fires that burned, like I said again, for $3.89 million in 2023, 330 acres, and also 2.47 acres. So it's like she's trying to make the numbers even. I feel her because that's how I am. I have to have even numbers because I hate odd numbers. I can't stand it. The fire burns nearby but leaves her vast acreage unscathed. It burned around her property, just like it did ours on that one year. Like, it's insane. She has how much property, and it just, went along the line, burnt along the line. This also happened with land around her Montecito home. Everything burned but her property. She bought acreage then and again after mudslides decimated the rest of the world. The decimation, acquisitions, and timing is unprecedented. So, yes, she bought property during or after the fires. And then, after fires happen, there's going to be mudslides. So she bought property after that, and it's just been pretty intense. And like I said before, it's not just Oprah Winfrey, it's Jeffrey Bezos, it's Mark Zuckerberg, and holy shit, I had another name on here. Bill Gates. Probably that other guy too. I know Robert's looking at me saying, there's another name. No.
So they all basically got in for the fire sale.
And what?
They all basically got in for the fire sale.
No, they already had them. So Oprah Winfrey already had it.
You get
So
a
that
sage,
got changed.
you get a sage, you get a property.
Everybody gets in the car. Look under your chair, and they're like, "Aw."
I feel like maybe it's just maybe possibly the price of the acreage, and with whatever the death toll is, I think
With the
the
property
price will
being
probably
burnt,
go down.
everything. And the temperatures were
Maybe.
hot enough to decimate not only buildings but people. So everything is cremated. But yeah, people are going in there trying to be like, oh, let's buy it for this amount, this and this and that and that. And it's like, leave the people to mourn their freaking loss, whether it's their family or their property or their memories. Like, we don't know what they lost. And some
I heard
people were
today
unscathed. And the color
that
blue is pretty big
vehicles are going
too.
to be hard. Vehicles are going to be hard to find a little bit right now in certain places, because a lot of them are being shipped to California and to Hawaii as well. I don't know how that correlates, if it's because of the fire, possibly, but there's a lot of vehicles that are being bought and shipped to Hawaii at this time. Weird. I only know that
Yay,
because
welcome back, Johnny.
a
No, but it's weird because there were so many cars on the roads, whether it's Front Street or other places. There was cars on the road, and they were burnt up just like the buildings. Like, this heat is heat that is unimaginable, and they're like, it's from a hurricane. And a lot of people have questions because they're like, the hurricane was way down here. How come the winds were so high? Because in the eye of the hurricane and some of the outskirts, it's really, really high. Others, it's kind of calm. That's the weird part about a hurricane. Even a tornado. But yeah, Hawaii got the outskirts of that. The only thing I'm saying that is weird, as far as I've seen, because I've been plugged into locals sharing their stories, etc., and just trying to understand the situation. There are these people, they live on the mountaintop. They're called the mountaintop people. That's their nickname. It's just like they said, just like the winds were coming straight through the mountain. Generally, the mountain would block this, but it was like straight through. And it was sheer record number of winds. It was like 80, 90 miles per hour or kilometers per hour. I don't know how exactly they said it, but it was very fast and furious. And it blew this way for a while, and then it just decided to turn around and come back another way. Have you guys seen any of this? Like, ever since it started, I have not been looking at CNN, ABC, CBS, whoever the crack is going on. I'm just looking at locals. And there's a realtor there that is a local. I've been watching him, but yeah, locals, and just seeing what they're going through. What is lost? What is not? Have you guys seen, I'm jumping around again, how things that are the color blue have not burned, even if it's a t-shirt?
That I have not.
Creepy. Yes, very creepy.
So I put in our group chat last week a whole heap of stuff about what was inconsistent with the storm.
And last
I know
weekend,
that.
I did a show on that, and I sent that to you. I was like, hey, sister, if you haven't seen it, last Saturday and Sunday, it was just me. Like, every night my husband's like, so who's on your show tonight? And I said me, and then he'd give me this weird fucked up look. I'm like, come on,
No, I don't think I did. Again, like last
you
week was
should check it out
pretty
because
heavy.
there's really good videos on there and stuff. It's not just me blabbing. Like, it's really good videos.
No. There is a lot of inconsistencies. So
No,
basically, one of the ones that I had heard. Sorry, I don't know if it's a time delay or not. Yeah. So one of the ones that I had heard was, the aluminium floating down the street. Well, in order for that to happen, those temperatures need to be six. It's like ridiculous amounts to be able to knock that down. So it was like, I can't remember, 600 or 6,000. It was, but it was along those lines. Now that fire, in order to have done the decimation that it did, probably only peaked about 300 or 3,000. Again, those numbers I can't quite recall, of temperatures and heat. And so, they were saying that if the cars have melted and the actual, for the other things to have melted, and to have done the destruction that they did, the temperatures just didn't match up together. They didn't combine. Again, with the blue laser theory, it'll cut through everything else.
I saw that picture, and everybody's like, "This is a picture from Hawaii. Look at that laser; it's coming straight down." This was actually a slow motion capture photo of a rocket, and I think it was it was going up, and it looked like a laser because it was slow motion capture. It's capturing every single part of it, so it looks like a
second.
beam.
Yeah, so that was debunked, but I'm talking about like the fact that obviously, even if it was a laser, whether it was struck there was another laser beam that was shown hitting the corner of a street, and you watch things that were there explode, but then nothing happens straight after it. So I'm kind of like in two minds. I'd have to probably see a bit more evidence to show that it was a laser thing. However, fire doesn't repel blue. Lasers do. So, the evidence is kind of there.
Fire does not discriminate, and fire is its own life form.
It's right. So that, there's obviously some form of thing, whether it was the laser that's swept over an invisible beam, we don't know, without the risk of sounding like, super psycho, but the evidence is standing there. When you got umbrellas, cars, clothes, all those sorts of things that have been left unscathed, houses unscathed, all blue. I don't know about Oprah Winfrey, but her house, that ugly blue color, when you're that rich, you just wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it. Why would you paint a house that ugly blue? So, it's kind of quite obvious. The whole thing is blue. The house, the roof, the railings, every part of that. Anyone who's going to have a lovely home like that, you'd probably mix the colors up a little. No, that whole thing is blue. The whole thing is blue. I'm like, no way would anyone.
I've seen blue and purple and hot pink, and I'm like, why do people paint their houses like this? And then from the more I read, I think it's because of spiritual things happening. They paint them different colors because either they want people attracted or they're trying to get rid of attracted spirits. I don't know.
Well, that just takes me back to that. I mean, again, going back to the cyclone thing, the whole hurricane thing, whether the hurricane was 800 kilometers away, those winds were still peaking pretty heavy.
And they're talking about this one Hawaii Islands, like, it was way off, and so unless it was in the eye of the hurricane, it wouldn't have been that bad. That's not true. There's the inside,
and the second part of that,
outside, and the outside is very, very vicious.
Yeah. Now if it's on the inside, you'll get a small amount of winds, but those winds were still piercing through. And not only that, my thing that no one's really mentioned was, I don't give a shit who you are, where you are, there is always clouds in the sky when there's a storm. Always. A
Well, yeah,
hurricane
I read
is
that. I read that,
a huge
and
part
to
of the
me, it was
moisture coming
like
off the ocean.
you could see the clouds on the outside. Like you're looking from the island, you see the smoke, you see the clouds. They're on the outskirts, and that's where I was talking about the eye, the inner, and the outside. The outside
The winds
is
were too
just
strong
vicious.
because if it was the winds were too strong. Like I've been in eye of tornadoes, and they are still, they'll get a small amount of wind, but it'll generally calm right down, particularly in the sight of how that storm was pushing through. That it doesn't happen that way. It just doesn't happen that
Oh,
way.
you know what?
And there was no
It's
squalor. That was the
lazy.
other thing too. Like if you're in an eye, the winds will,
Mhm.
like the one that I was in, you could see, like, basically looking out all different parts of your windows, you could see the wind blowing one way and the wind blowing a completely different opposite way. And you're kind of like,
Mhm.
that's when you know the squalor. It's a squalor of winds. Those winds were projected straight in one direction. So you know what I mean? There's so many just different inconsistencies with it that it just, there is
Yeah,
no sense
and
made out
like
of
I'm
the whole
saying,
thing.
like I just saw this today. So before it was like it was a hurricane. They're calling it a natural disaster, which is not true. Yes, it was supposedly started by natural disaster. So the winds blew and the thing toppled over, and they didn't trim the bushes, so the bushes caught on fire. Then the fire spread,
Yeah.
and there, all that therefore. But to me, like, there's something more because 2 weeks before that, they're talking about 15-minute island. Let me see. Like I said, Oprah Winfrey, she bought all these acreages. Not only is it Oprah Winfrey, it's Bill
Yeah,
Gates,
yeah.
Bezos,
I mean,
the guy in charge of Facebook, Zuckerberg. Everybody's got their hands planted on this. Just a little tiny bit of this remains indigenous property. What the fuck, dude? How is this fair? But Oprah Winfrey, she's done it not only there in Hawaii, but in her place in Montecito.
well, she's just clearing out the community, isn't she?
Yeah, it always burns around her. She must have something in her, spiritual realm that protects
Yeah,
her
she
from her
just doesn't.
property
She doesn't
being
want to be.
burned.
She doesn't want to be walking down the street looking at the natives and
I
people
think
like
she's a
like
big fan of
she's
some
quite.
black magic.
Oh, 100%.
hmm She's dark. She's evil. She's like, oh, I went through this
Mm.
shit. I understand what you guys are going through, blah, blah, blah. Then all of a sudden she's like, yeah,
There's
saying
people who
certain
are
things.
always the first to twist the knife and stab you in the back with it. So no, I
Oh,
wouldn't.
wouldn't be the first best friend.
Does not surprise me. But look, like I think the other things too. So there was like the even with the trees not being cut back, the locals and the members of parliament had all complained to the electricity companies, and the electricity companies had referred it on to the government, and like their excuse was, whilst they're being sued for not listening and not doing what they were supposed to, they're throwing it back at the government where we're asking for funding. It was again just the pass of the buck.
Mm. What
um
I have to say
and
about these motherfuckers is so the police, they're blocking every exit you can go.
yeah,
And some
yeah.
people that were really smart, they saw an ambulance or a fire truck or whatever, and they're like, we're just going to ride their tail and we're going to ride on through. And they did. And those are people that survived. You have to be, very trickery. Why the heck are they blocking these exits when there's only fucking one? They're like, oh, no, you got to do, these different squares and these different circles. And why?
Well, you kind
I
of got to
think it's
query,
because
like,
like you were saying, those 15-minute smart cities. What?
mm,
And they've been working on that for a while.
they've
And
been
now
working on that
this
for years, and
happens?
they've been trying to get the locals out, and the locals refuse to leave because that's their home, that's their
Mhm.
ancestry, that's their heritage
Mahano.
housing. Yeah,
Ahana.
like, and so everything that they've tried to do, they're refusing to. So, what's it's a typical it's one of the oldest tricks in the book fuck them, let's burn them out. And you know, what do? The land goes, their heritage goes, everything goes. They have to move out. They have no money to rebuild and refund themselves. You know, they don't understand the powers of the local community, because they think that, you know, they'll stop them in every which way, and they'll stop every corporation and government body to make it happen. And that's what they do. And so, you know, all these extra, you know, I mean, their pockets are in all of those places, like electricity
Yeah,
companies. Like we've
there's
all
more
seen
pockets
Zuckerberg's company list. We've all seen Bill Gates, you know, company lists. We've all,
and
you know,
they're
that, like,
there on Hawaii, a new realm.
they're
There's Bill Gates,
everywhere. If
there's
they
Zuckerberg,
touch
there's Oprah
everything.
Winfrey. And people are talking shit about Elon Musk, but the only way I can see him being here, because I don't see him as a buyer of property, because I have this whole fledge here. But yeah, he's giving out generators. He's giving out free internet, whether people have to get it from certain people or it's directly sent.
Look,
You know, it's really weird how you can send
in
things before
every
you need to
group
be
there
like
has to be a
you're
good
spamming.
person.
Yeah, and they can blame you for spamming to where you can't send anymore. They did that to me last night with my birthday wishes, and they're like, "Oh, sorry, your shit won't go through." It's because they were claiming I was spamming when I'm just trying to say happy birthday, and then,
Did
"Oh,
you hear
you
about that
repeated
reporter?
which one?"
The reporter that he was making no money. He was not he was on the floor, basically left his wife and his kid and just said, I'm just going to go and just see what we can come up with. So he arrives on the island the next day, and he's just been filming, and he's just been, you know, interviewing the locals and just getting the truth of the story. Well, as he's airing this for free on his YouTube channel, on TikTok, all that sort of stuff, he's now been followed. And
I saw
from the
this. That by
yeah,
that creepy guy, the gang stalker.
I think
That was so
I think
eerie.
shared that. I'd shared that in the
Hold
group.
on, let me
I'm pretty
and
sure.
Travis talk real quick.
Sorry, Tess?
No, I was saying just let me and Travis talk really quick. Because it kind of overlaps and it won't let anything
It
come
does.
through.
I think
But
there's a delay.
yeah. Mia, then Travis go. Mia?
Oh, I was just I
Hello?
think I do have a delay. I noticed that earlier,
Yeah.
but maybe it's gone. I'm not sure, but I did see that, and I saw the reporter. He was an independent reporter, and he was filming, and this creepy zombie looking dude that was sketchy like comes up behind him, and then he says
Yeah.
that guy wasn't the first one to follow him, and it was very, very creepy.
He was 80 miles away from the actual site where he was reporting from. They followed him, and they found him, and they tried to shut him up on the spot. But because he was live, they backed away.
Damn.
Very creepy.
He was live on an American station.
Travis?
It's weird how things. Yes, and Travis, if you have something to say, please say it. But I was just saying, like, it's weird how things are muted and some things are shown, and it just depends on where you watch. If you look at the main industry of news, CNN, CNBC, ABC, all the, Fox, everybody else, look to the locals in that area. Look to people that are actually living there, because nobody else is going to tell the full truth. Nobody else is going to let you know what the heck is going on there, because it's truly insane. Not like the news would let you know, but around.
Yes, I agree. It's crazy. Like I like the Aquarian in me always wants to be like, okay, I want to go and do exactly what that guy did, but I
Right?
definitely hold back from doing a lot of that stuff. Which I'm sure as I age, I will give less and less FUCKS as time goes by, I'm sure.
That's how it works, really.
And no,
You
it
give it
really
all
is.
less
It really
bucks.
is.
Yeah, you're just like, I used to care about that, but
Totally. I
not
notice it
really
a lot, like
anymore.
my mom in the grocery store. My mom in the grocery store, like, I always look around the corner to see if there's someone with a cart. She just goes head on. Like, I don't know how many people she almost runs into every time she goes grocery shopping. I was there today and I'm like, you know what? One day I'm not going to care either. And I'm going to make everyone else get out of my way. but not today. Not yet. Like 8 years.
She cracks
I'm
me
just
up
going to
because
start
she
running
is. She's
people
like
over.
super headstrong and yeah, she just wants what
Well,
she wants.
she's a Sag.
Just let her
So
go.
that
Get
too.
up. Okay, I'm a Sag too, so sorry.
I know.
But I am kind of, I'm on the cusp of certain things, so I'm kind of like not headflung into. I'm just gonna run you over and get what the fuck I need to. I'm just like, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me.
Then if they don't move, then you're like, okay, get the F out of my way.
Yeah. Sorry, not sorry.
Step on it. Does everyone have audio or?
Yeah,
I
I've got audio.
I'm here.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, and
I was just
I
looking at the
especially hate the ones just congregate at the end of the aisles or just outside where the supermarket is, and they tend to block your path. And it's like, if you're going to congregate, do it elsewhere. Otherwise, I'm going to run you down. I actually did that to a group of people walking and just standing there at the exit of the shops, and it's like, I've got the trolley, and it's like, okay, just stand there and talk. No, really, stand there and talk, and I'll just limp towards you.
Well, run you over with the trolley. Run your ass over with the trolley.
Exactly.
Man, Johnny Banani was there, then she disappeared again. Damn it all.
Oy. But yes,
So as
I think.
far as Dream
Do you want me
Realm,
to be on? I can be on.
yes, of course. So if you want to finish up with this one, then I'm going to the Dream Realm, but it's like in reality, all these different weird things happening.
Well, I think those 15-minute cities was always going to be a predictive of, again, drawing people into those singular cities away from their country regions. And I mean, it's all a part of the big scale plan. We know that, all of us, Travis, myself, I'm sure there's other people in here. We've had those discussions about those predictive dreams and visions that we've all had about these sort of places going to. I mean, oh my gosh, even the Simpsons again nailed it.
Oh, I don't know. They
Like,
keep predicting stuff. I'm like, what are you guys
yeah,
up to, Simpsons?
yeah, like just so I've this year I think California's gonna cop a doozy. I don't know. I've not been watching the news to know whether it's been happening or not, but
I'm freaking worried
for what's
because, like,
happening over
when
there.
I was an adolescent, I used to think California's gonna fall off into the Gulf of Mexico. And as I've grown, I'm like, I haven't seen any of that. And then all of a sudden it's happening, and then there's rains and fires and floods and mudslides, everything.
What's all
And it's
that
getting
mean?
wetter and wetter, and they've been
Oh,
as it's been getting wetter, they've been having more and more earthquakes. So I'm just like,
I have
is it
to tell you something really
because
funny.
these are earth shelves and everything? Like, the more earthquakes you have, the more the earth shelf is meant to
Yeah.
go up and like fly in.
Okay.
Or I hope not, because my grandma's on there and I have a lot of family as far as my in-laws over there, and I don't want to see any of them lost. But really, no, I'm like,
Yeah,
it is
Australia.
possible, but at the same time, I'm going to believe it's not.
I found actually when I went back to Australia this time, and I was at a friend of mine's place up the sunny coast, and I'd left my dream diary at hers. Like, I don't even know how long ago. She just pulled it out. She said, "Look what I found," um and in it was one of my dreams relating to like the
Mm,
volcanoes, and this is going back 2020 before anything even started, like before any volcanoes were happening. That was really funny. I found there was quite a few things in there actually um that I've
to
gone,
me,
what
it's funny,
that
but it's not
happened? What?
funny because I think we all had a dream kind of like that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I was saying earlier. We've all talked about it before numerous times on the show.
Hmm.
Has Robert gone to sleep?
He
Robert,
might have been just looking at his stones or something. I don't know.
what you doing, Robert?
Yep, looking at
You're
stones.
looking
Looking at
quite
stones.
busy.
I love it.
Yeah, check it out. He's got a lot of stones to look at. He's got little tweezers that he's like, so it might be like
Sapphire
he's
wash.
looking at spring.
They actually
It's
bring in the
very
dirt
He's got
from
a
the
important.
lot of
sapphire
sapphire.
mines, and you got to sift through it and find the sapphires. And
Do you make much money doing that?
uh,
It's a
not
hobby.
yet.
Is
But
this like
this is
do you just buy dirt? Like how do you
that's
do that?
No,
that's
it's
from a couple of
rock.
I
years
don't,
back. That's all the
It's
rocks,
rocks.
all the sapphires,
they're all
different,
sapphires.
different sapphires. Yeah,
So what? You
that's
just
from a couple of years back.
buy a liter of a liter tub, 10 liter tub of dirt or something, and then
12 kilos. Yeah,
so you buy the dirt and then you
yeah,
sift through it to find
the
stones of
sapphires.
your own.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
It's pretty
that
cool, actually.
well, it is actually really cool.
I
It's
like
not
it.
something to laugh at. I'm like, that's quite smart. What a way to make extra money.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he can make
I
a
like
necklace,
rocks.
earrings, bracelet, and anklet
Period.
set from all those stones he found.
Do you make jewelry out of them, Robert? Or
Yeah, I was just polishing one side up of one. Just it must still be in the laundry. But yeah, this sort here. Uh,
so you break them
that
up and make jewelry,
cut and polish.
and then do you sell them back to jewelers, or do you?
I can, but yeah, let me see if I can get it clear. This one's a green one.
Probably just put it as close as you can to the mic, to the
Camera.
camera. Yeah.
Ooh, is that a sapphire?
It is. Yeah,
Very
Very
cool.
Can you
pretty.
move the torch,
I'm
Robert?
trying
Because the
to.
torch
I'm
is
trying to.
shining in our eyes.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll use the. Here we go. That might be better.
Very
Drop the
cool.
torch down, doll,
Yeah.
because the torch is shining through and not. Ah.
Yeah.
So you're polishing that, and then you turn it into stuff, or you just keep them and
Well,
like what do you do with them?
you can either turn them into a dome, which is a cabochon, or you can try to facet them. But I haven't got a faceting machine here. That's up at the club. So
I should
that's
You'd
when
have
they
to
have
have a
all
steady
the
hand.
yeah. That's all they have. That's when they have the all the sides, the facets
Yeah,
in them.
yeah.
So
Well, that
because I
makes
haven't
it
got
more
that,
predictable to tell what carat it is too, isn't it?
if they're clear, yeah.
Do you get many clear ones? Are they usually smoky or?
Well, one of them is a blue one, which I found. So I think it's one right at the end.
Wow. Blue
So these-
sapphire.
yeah.
Yeah. How do you know if it's a good grade or not?
Usually the clarity. If you can see straight through it, then it's a good one. If it's got sort of imperfections in it, it's rough grade.
Okay. Do you find many clear grades or?
Oh, some of them, but most of them are too small to really work on. And that's the sort of
What's
bag
that?
I get.
So
That's
how
one
much
was-
is it to buy one of them bags?
This one was $25 per bag, $25.
Yeah.
And they used to have it where they have a pre-cut one inside the bags, but now they're not doing that anymore. Or at least they didn't this year at the gem show, because they'd have smaller bags which were $10, medium-sized bags which was about I think 15 to 20, and then these ones which were 25 to 45, depending on where they're picked out from. Because the white one
Right.
here, the white one was $45 one, and I still got to pay back a friend that got that one for me.
So when you're doing that,
Yeah.
what, like, how many would you get from a bag that you would, that you
Depends on the amount of well, where it's located from, and the size of them, because most of them come out just little granular sizes, like almost like a grain of rice. Like, oh shit, no, there it goes. Yeah, but ones like that, green.
yeah, they are quite small, hey. But I mean, you
Yeah.
don't want anything too big sitting on your finger if you're installing it into a ring.
No, but you want about 2/3 more of the stone, because at least 2/3 gets knocked off in the polishing and clearing.
Oh,
So
it's true.
if it's something like that, it goes down about that.
Yeah. And it's quite crazy too when you see some of these people with these massive big stones and then they've just chipped the whole thing away and you're like,
Mm-hmm.
what? It breaks my heart. So have you found any that's been worthy of, like, what's the most I guess you've made out of a bag? Or, I mean, are you getting your money back, or are you just doing it as a hobby, or?
Mainly a hobby, but this is, as I said, from a couple of years ago, and they're all large sapphires in there, bigger than the ones I'm getting this year.
So what are you going to do with them all?
Well, now that I have my own setup, I can cut and polish to my own shapes. Have them set up so I can put them into jewelry later on. Here's one. That one's a little bit bigger than most.
Yeah, that's nice.
I got a sapphire necklace. You should look at Robert. I'll see if I can turn my camera on. I got it in Italy like a couple of years ago, but it's pretty cool. Supposedly it was a good deal. I don't really know. You know how they are on the beach places.
Yeah. They'll up the price. Yeah.
But there's there's a lot of them. So let me see if I can get my camera working. Oh, they're very dark. You can't see them. They're definitely like beaded, but
yeah.
Let's see if I can pull it up. It's kind of cool. Hold on, camera. Is that the ceiling?
Yep, that's the ceiling.
Okay, so that's the necklace.
Okay.
And you can see it.
Yeah.
It's a lot. I think those are pearls. I'm assuming, but
I thought it was cool.
Yeah.
Sapphires are supposed to help with communication, I believe.
Mm.
Like
My-
the metaphysical. I mean, I look this stuff up, and I do think that stones definitely have an electro or a magnetic type thing. But as far as
Oh, of
what they
course.
do, I think it depends though on who you are, though, right? Because I've had stones where sometimes like I wear them and I feel really good, and then sometimes I wear them and it's like the opposite, or they don't do what they say that they do. So I don't really know how. I think it all depends on
I
how our
agree.
own energies are and how. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like,
It's the
it's so
intention in
weird.
our own that whether it. No, I agree with that, Mia. This is one reason why I don't really believe in the whole crystal phase
Same.
that's happening.
Thank
You
you,
know?
Johnny. Finally, like I know they're good, and there are certain jewelry pieces that I wear. Like I was wearing a Labradorite ring last night. And this ring, I've had some weird stuff happen with this ring, so I didn't really want to ever wear it. I was in California, and I felt like I just felt like negative energy, or could just be like where I was in California. I just felt like a lot of negative energy, and it was right after I bought the ring because I got it in California, and I haven't really worn it much since. And then I wore it like yesterday, and I'm like, just like in the best mood. And I'm not saying it was the ring. I'm just saying like that was the first time that I've worn it since then. And it was like a complete opposite day. And so like let's say I'm a complete and total non-believer, then it's like then that would make someone a total and complete. But I do feel like there was a shift because neither was normal wearing the ring, right? It's either very negative or very positive. So I think it depends on like us and our energies. Like just like people, we're kind of reflections of each other and karma and so on. Whatever it doesn't, I don't think it has to do necessarily with the stone putting out one energy or the other. It's just a matter of what type of energy it puts out compared to your own energy. And that's it.
Yeah.
What are you
There's
open
no
to? What are
Like
you
a
closed
human.
to, etc.? But I don't want to interrupt, but I do have to. I apologize. Well, we do have to go to our music break. On this break, we have certain different individuals, which is going to last about 17 minutes and 1 second long. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this music break.
Yeah, no, are you there, Mia?
Yes, I am.
I believe what you're saying too. Like I find that
So you
there's a
get it.
lot
You're a
of
very spiritually involved person. So you understand what I'm saying. And they say like girls who love crystals, for like normal people it's like red flags, but when you're even deeper into spirituality, then you know that there are properties that these things they say that they have, but my experience is it's different, and it's like almost never.
Yeah, I'm a believer of where they've come from. And
Oh, that could
you
be a
know,
factor too. Absolutely, like vortexes and
yeah,
stuff.
like
Mhm.
I think where they come from, if the land has been stained with blood, you're probably going to cop some kind of negative energy that flows through through the era, I guess you could say.
The
And
Chinese
that
have a
would
really good
carry.
theory too.
What,
Sorry, go
what
ahead.
they,
Do all that post and just make hits. You want do all that post and make it bliss. But like I ain't make this up, I can't fake it.
are you there, Mia?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
What's the Chinese one?
Oh, the Chinese theory. I heard somewhere like, okay, for example, if you are they put people in elements, right? Like water, fire, and they have metal instead of air, I think. So it's like water, fire, earth, and metal, or something like that, right? And so, like their theory is, like because my element would technically be water, that like rose quartz would not be a good thing. right? Because it's like about rose quartz supposed to be love and happiness and mainly like that type of stuff, right? And so, and I agree with that, because there have been times where I wear rose quartz and it's never really been my thing. But there have been other times where I wear rose quartz and it's great. But most of the time, rose quartz is not necessarily my friend. I feel like people get kind of rude to me when I wear rose quartz, because I'm a water element, and when it's supposed to be good for your heart chakra, and my heart chakra is already, I'm really sensitive already, it makes me come across as kind of weak, right, or indecisive, and it doesn't really do what it says it's supposed to do for my element. Like, so I like the Chinese theory, and it makes the most sense. I don't think it's 100%, but I think I can see that, where it's like not everyone's supposed to wear rose quartz, not everyone is supposed to wear, labradorite or whatever, smoky quartz, right? So smoky quartz, that's weird for me. Smoky quartz seems to do really well for me, as far as, I don't know, I vibe with smoky quartz. I don't know why, but you're right. Where did it come from? My mom says the same thing, and that's so true. Where did it come from? There really is a difference.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that. I also think that it's, again, falls into the reason why. I mean, if you're buying a crystal to help you overcome a negative energy, that negative energy is going to be instilled in you. It's kind of like the manifestation beliefs, that if you're buying a crystal to heal something that's negative in you, you're intentionally capturing that in a rock. And so if you're expecting to use that rock at another time, or that crystal at another time, so to speak, with that negative energy in it, then you're asking for that negative energy to be released again. And, like, I don't know how other people perceive it, but that's just something that I've always,
I absolutely,
explain
yes,
it that
I've
way.
heard that, and I believe that too. Most definitely. The other thing is like, I really noticed this with opals.
Do you really know what? Sorry, the music's
It's okay.
cutting out.
With opals, I have really noticed that. Yes, where they are from makes a huge difference.
We should bring this up in the conversation when the break's over, Doll, because then I can hear you, and because it is quite a good discussion to have.
Or we could do it on air if we wanted to.
Yeah,
kind of.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I can hear you.
Okay. To be continued.
Sorry, Doll.
To be continued.
Yes, yeah. Are we going to be pulling cards, guys? Because I'll need to go and hunt mine down.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the sound work. Un momento, por favor.
What happened to Travis? He's just disappeared. Travis has disappeared.
Yes, he did.
Sorry, Travis disappeared.
He disappeared.
He disappeared on us.
He did.
He disappeared. It did.
He did.
He did. He did.
Indeed, he did.
In my heart, it did.
What's the
matter?
He
really did disappear. I felt it in my heart. It did. He really did disappear.
He did. Poor Travis did.
Travis said did.
Travis did.
I'm eating fish and chips, and it's delicious.
Running. I just had I ate soup. I've actually started eating again. I've barely eaten all week. Oh shit, we're not live, are we?
Yeah, we are for about a little less than an hour, like 50 minutes and 10 seconds or something. Hello?
think you scared her off.
We're back on air.
Yes, we came back from the music break. Yes. We're stacking them chips. Yes.
Well, we were talking about food, but before that, we were talking about how the origin of rocks and stones and other factors may actually matter, especially when for people who do believe in like metaphysical properties of those things. I'm not sure if I mean, I believe in energy, but I don't believe in the definitions of the properties of these stones so much the longer that I've looked into it. Because of course we're going to try those things. But I do notice a difference
It depends.
of where that stone came from. Also, like, there's a lot there, definitely.
I'm back. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm so grateful you're back, but yeah, to me, it's in numbers. So whatever we're looking at right now, in numbers, what do we agree upon? I know for me and Jani, this Lahana fire, we could call it Maui, but to me it's Lahana. Lahana has been going through this. Where are the children, etc. There's no mothers out there saying, where's my children? So I think they found each other. I think there was a couple that were lost, but there was so much loss and so many weird things happening with this as far as the color blue and other certain things. Jani, what do you think is happening with this?
What we discussed earlier. Sorry, it's thrown me off because we were talking about crystals and the origins, and then so I'm not sure what topic we're talking about. Are we talking about the Maui, or are we talking about the crystals?
Yeah, a hurricane way far away from Maui. So yes, the eye of the hurricane is generally really calm. Then there's the outskirts, etc. I think the very outskirt could be very vicious too. So that's the only reason I'm thinking, okay, maybe this could be. To me, it's really not a natural disaster because the electric company knew about these dangers a long time ago. They never cleaned up their mess. So the fire lines fell down, and then all of a sudden there's fires. Shane, like,
Right.
what are we supposed to do? Like, they knew what was going to happen. And they're like, perhaps in 2027, we might, like, go and renege to this and try to figure it out. But no, they should have done
Well,
it
look,
before because it happened.
I mean, there's so many inconsistencies and there's so many things that people are pointing the finger. And I think this is the biggest problem in the whole situation is, I know here in New Zealand and I know in Australia, if your trees are getting too close to power lines, it's your responsibility, if you notice it as a citizen, to cut it down. So, is it the laziness of the community that just passed the buck and then all of a sudden it's somebody else's problem, and then bang, there's a problem. You look at the way that these high profile celebrities are coming in, and the pattern is the pattern. So if you're looking at it from that perspective, I do believe that there is an element of responsibility from them, to also keep the community safe with the funding in which they can provide. They just choose not to. And if they are, they're putting it into companies and corporations that are working against the local community and their native history. I don't believe that they are they're helping the community at all, and I think it's a very unfortunate situation when, without saying too much, I think it's being done on purpose. 100%. I think it's being done on purpose.
Well, like I was reading before, like with this Oprah Winfrey shit, she bought how many acres? Pick it up again. To me, it's insane.
Yeah.
You
Um,
know,
my biggest thing to this whole situation is if my house burnt down, the local government doesn't come in and just claim it. It doesn't belong to them. It doesn't belong to the celebrities that are in the local
oh, it
area.
does
It
because we
belongs to
need
me.
smart cities and 15-minute cities.
But this is my point. Even though there has been decimation of their land, it is still their land. It is still their origin of
But
home.
is
It
it?
is still. Well, this is the point.
And
Why
that's
isn't
where
it? Why
everybody's
is it
saying,
being
where
taken from them? Why are they not
where
allowed
are
to
the
remove
children?
the children? Well, the children. We all know what
Yeah.
happens to children
So
with
they're like,
people like Oprah
this and this and
Winfrey.
that and that. The kids were left off of school that day. Wow, what a coincidence. But now they're
Yeah,
like, where are the children? Where are the children? And even this person that is a
but
direct certain like
you know,
realty, he's like, where are the children? Blah blah blah. Shouldn't there be women out there or parents out there saying, where's my child? The only reason I can figure they're not out there saying it is
And
because
what
they
is
got
the death
just
toll?
in time and they went back, and yes, the death toll was supposed to be over 1,000, but now it's almost 400. I still don't know if I believe that, but I think the children
okay,
found their parents. And I think the parents would like destruct themselves, like, I'm going into destruction, blah, blah, blah. But they found their children, they got back in time. That's why they're not a big part of it. But go ahead, Mia, sorry.
I was just saying, I was adding to it, and what is the death toll? Because I've heard locals say, I heard someone say they think it's like 3,000. And I heard also, like, from another local witness who has family in that area, was saying something about um, people not being allowed, like police not helping people, and people not being allowed to leave, or having to jump in the water and not, just not enough help. She said that she, not her family member, but a friend of her family member jumped in the water, or I'm sure they had some sort of a, some floating something or, of some kind, because it took the Coast Guard 2 hours, you know, to get, them. And it's like, you'd think they would be right there, but I don't know. But there could have been a lot going on. Who knows? If she was by herself, maybe it could have been a time of day thing.
the
Who knows? But
yeah.
it just
So
seems like it could have been handled better.
well, it could have been, but again, not only was it the children were off school, but all the firefighters in the region had been called away to another town for a meeting, for training, and so was the local member of parliament. Had been him and a group of his office members had been pulled out on a separate situation, obviously not the same meeting, but they had all been called out. They had been called out of town for training and other purposes, is what was said. And so when you look at it from that I mean,
If you
it
put your
cannot get any
tinfoil
more
hat
sus.
on.
If you put your tinfoil hat on, I mean, everything couldn't be any more clear cut. And so, I think as well, with those 100 children missing, somebody had posted up, because we all know, like the how many
Well,
children
to
go
me, it's
missing
like
in
crazy
around the
because
world
it's like
on a daily
thousands
occasion.
of people are missing. And then all of a sudden it's 300 and something missing or found. And all of a sudden all the rest are found. So I'm just grateful that they're not just like leading everybody and saying, oh, only so many people have been found, blah, 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 and we're still waiting to hear the rest. Well, now they're giving all the big numbers, 330 something or more, I believe, for dead bodies, carcasses, etc. And then, it's crazy how the temperature worked because people were being disintegrated. People were being basically affirmed to that ash pile that you would, not hear the cherry tree and be like, here, I spread your ashes. We never like accumulated for that heat, but a lot of children and adults were actually broken down that way. Or not.
I don't know. I don't.
And that to me is crazy. Okay, so the heat was so high, and it's not just because of the fire, it's because of the wind. When you blow on the fire, it makes it hotter. But then the color blue. Why is it everything burns up except for the color blue?
Well, it
Umbrellas,
doesn't. That's the thing.
t-shirt.
Fire does not discriminate. Like you said earlier, it does not discriminate.
Fire is
Laser
a life
beams,
form.
particular lasers burnt at hit at a on a certain frequency will only hit high extreme temperatures. But like I said, that laser beam thing showing to hit the blues doesn't burn through it, hits all the yellows and greens and blue, reds and stuff, and it'll burn, but not blue. I mean, coincidences are coincidences. I don't know what's happened to the children. I would hate to think that they were
I think,
taken before the fires. I don't.
well, like they were saying, if they were missing, there'd be a ton of parents out here being like, where's my child? Blah, blah, blah. I think they made it just in
Exactly.
time and grabbed them and got them out. And that's why there's not a huge hoopla. Because otherwise, pretty sure that would have happened. But I think they just got out in the nick of time, got through there, and survived. And it was so weird how before school was supposed to happen that day, and just upon this day, school is out. So it just like up the grade or retrograde or whatever you want to call it of getting out in time.
Maybe there's
Yeah.
just a big cave that the locals know about. And
That's
they're all
very
An
hiding
good.
in
underground
there.
tunnel where they keep. Maybe. You know
Maybe all
what?
these
It was
elites are trying to come in and like find those secret spaces in Hawaii.
there was a news. Okay, and then let's get into some even more interesting. The freaking hurricane comes up and goes through, of all places, directly through Las Vegas. I mean, it didn't hit Arizona, right? And it goes through California and then hits Las Vegas. Like this, it's very strange to me. And then there was a news clip of I can't remember if
I'm
it was a
gonna
male
find
or a
this book.
female.
I'm gonna find this book.
The person said, what about all of the people in, I think they said either 3,000 or 9,000 miles of underground tunnels in Las Vegas. Well, I know obviously 9,000 or
Yeah.
3,000, that's way bigger than,
Las Vegas is cray
that's
cray.
state upon state. Yeah, that's multi-state. But I'm just wondering, but they slipped and said, what about the however many thousands of miles of underground tunnels when they were that people are in, they were talking about in Las Vegas. And then it just got me thinking, there has been a lot of speculation of not just like for adult trafficking, but like labor trafficking too in these underground tunnels, supposedly. So I don't know, but it was really strange because this was on an actual news broadcast, and we'll say 3,000 because 9,000, like that's like a stretch, but she said, what about the people in the 3,000 miles of underground tunnels? And they were talking about filling up because of the hurricane and the fact that they were in Las Vegas. I don't know. That was just really weird to me. The whole thing is strange.
And I have to say, I agree with
Having
you as
said that,
far
it still
as
makes sense. Yeah. I mean, that's
We've
for
got like
everything we know.
fire canes, and like avalanche tornadoes, and like hurricanes that are in Las Vegas. I mean, what fires on the beach, okay? Like I think that whatever is in charge, I won't say, no matter what, someone is having a heyday, and there are people in high places probably laughing pretty hard at this, these very unnatural seeming disasters.
Right?
I found my little book, my little dream book.
You did?
This is the one that my friend gave to me. Yeah, it's really weird, hey. So this is in 2020 that I was writing this. And like, remember how I told you about all the weird stuff that I was dreaming and I would just get glimpses? These are little pad things that I would write. So I'll just write on random bits of paper, all these different symbols. And like this year alone, so I've been getting messages from these things for bloody years and just never put two and two together. Never. It was so weird. Dreamt about big cats as well, like they've come through in my visions. But anyway,
Kids
I wanted
were
to read.
laughing at me earlier because they're like, "Mom, you have these dreams, and then we have these dreams, and like we're not even on the same realm." They think it's super funny. I'm like, man, aren't we supposed to just like stick together? But I don't know. It's so weird. Two different realms, and it's more advanced than like we're talking about with these different things happening, which have happened in the past. It's just super
I
strange.
don't know. So can you see that the date? I don't know if I've got it in the camera. Can you see the date?
Not with my wee eyes on my wee
You'll be the
screen.
eyes. Okay, let me make you bigger, okay? Can you please hold it just a second and I'll put you on solo layout. Okay, there you are. Can you show it again, please?
So these are, I'm just showing the dates just to show like it was
Oh yes,
2020.
15th of October,
Okay.
2020.
Yeah, but this one is like, that was the 12th of October, 2020. So this is my dream. This is one of my dreams. Dreamt more symbols and then woke. So, you know, when you wake up and you dream. So, woke seeing corporate powerful leaders meeting to assess the global manifestations. No agreement could be arranged, and nasty attitudes are being decided to force heavy handed force onto people. The people numbers are not being, I can't read without that. Something EMT, I think of, I don't know what that is, not being maybe cut. These people are dangerous, almost bred emotionalists, cloned and conscious of one thing, destroy and command, unhuman, empty, soulless people amongst people. Weather, snowstorms, volcanoes, tidal rising waters, set off genetically and creating platelet shifts underground. April it will start to ease before more are hit with water drowning.
Mm-hmm.
That was
You sure that was a
2020, and then
dream?
that
I'm
was a
just kidding.
dream. Well, no,
Sounds
but
more
this is
like
the thing.
reality.
Like, this is
Exactly.
now it's 2022 and everything starts happening. I'm like, I forgot about this book, but I remember how like we've been talking over the things that I've, you know, saying that I've dreamt about these catastrophic events that are going on around the world. But that's just one of them. So I was just like to say like, hey, I found some evidence. And that these are not stopping. I see Yellowstone exploding as I'm
Dude, that's
being.
where I'm at. Okay, so we have a lot of shit going on. California's being pretty freaky deaky. Like Yellowstone is the precipice. If that blows, it's gonna blow quite a ways. And it's going to capture a lot of people. I'm surprised you're worried about it because you'll be outside of that blow, but I could see like different things coming to you throughout the time as far as like drifts and such, but that's gonna be catastrophic.
I've got another one here, which I'm beginning to like, it wasn't electricity as such, because the feeling that I got while I was in it, even though I was watching it, my conscious brain was trying to make sense of what I was feeling while I was going through it. But I don't think it was like, because when you're so in this dream, I was watching these I guess electricity zapping along the power line, and it would go bzzz, 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 and then like, so in this dream now I'm starting to question, what if those electrical lines were I've contemplated, I'll put it that way, I've contemplated if they were actual solar flares. I don't know. Why am I the only one on screen? Where is everyone else?
I don't know. I'm trying to get everybody back in here. I'm like, how do I fix this? I'm trying. Because I'm like, wait a minute.
So I'll read this one because this is really weird. Oh, this is another one. Had a few dreams now, all the same kind of dream, where I see rows and rows of bunks, all in lines, nothing but bunks for ages. They are empty, but so many are in there. It's like a big warehouse dome thing, and then it's just rows and rows and rows and rows and rows of just bunks. Just bunks.
I think I've
That's
had
all
a
you see.
dream just like that actually, but it was quite a while back, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, this is 2020. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll read this one out because this is weird, and I mean, maybe you guys can help me, because I've gone through it and thought this is just.
Hello.
Ruh-roh.
Off. Hello.
Hello.
That was weird.
Hello. Fancy meeting you here.
It's been a while. It's been a long while.
That was just a brief intermission.
Brief intermission. No music. Tessa, you gotta lift your game. Could have at least sang.
I could have. I'm just kidding. Not gonna do it.
Okay. So I'll quickly read this one out, and then if you guys can just give me some. I've written a note next to this. You know, when you go back after a while and you're like, okay, could it be this? So I've written these are my notes, and maybe just to give you an idea. Possible quantum sound barrier re-entering my physical body, or a mini heart attack. Okay, so these are the two things that I was contemplating. Little did I know that I would have a heart attack, 2 years later.
Seriously.
Anyway, consistent space one. Oh, so sorry. Where am I at? Okay, 18th of October. So this is the same, the week after that I'd had that dream about or one of the dreams of the premonition dreams. Dreamt dark with people. I knew Ashley. Ashley's my daughter. I knew Ashley and others at Armadale 2-story Ash's place. Watched telly and convo. Okay, these are just my notes, okay, so I'll just read it quickly. Watched telly and convo, then heard faint booms, like boom, boom, boom. And then, so it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, up to 16 counted. First was space, then sped up repetition to the sound of mining dynamite being triggered. So many, too many. Got up, looked out the window for distant clouds of evidence of thunder where it was, or could be, nothing but overcast day. And then I see a zap of electricity, a lit running towards the poles in front of me and follow past up the line, then another. Then the band got wider as it grew too long, like an A4 page sideways, in a consistent pace, one after the other. So you're following that? You can visualize that? It was just like white electricity things going up the line. As the ground, is the ground we are on stable? That's one of the questions that I'd ask myself. Is the ground we're on stable? Then the zap got bigger and started to hit the generator box on the pole, blowing sparks off. And in seconds, I'm calling, go, go, move, get out, get out. We moved, running to the door, when a massive boom hit, then a suction sound to the sound of a sonic boom began, whirling whiz frequency sound, then crack boom, and shuddered, deafening sounds radiated from within my head as the sound shattered glass, and in the unit that my daughter's house is a unit.
Crack,
As
boom,
the sound
bang.
shattered glass in the unit and dropped us all in pain in our ears. You could feel the deep sound vibration punch through like a Mack truck just steamrolled. I felt every something hit, every warp hit. Then after every wave maybe. I felt every wave hit, then after waves following, all in the same sound wave as 1, 2, 3 hit. It frazzled out in a rippling effect. I gathered myself, my heart skipping beats, still recovering from the disturbance that tore my body apart in one whopping punch to my soul, with no mercy to take me out for good. But I felt the grasp to hold on through it. I dropped behind the lounge, but could see Ash and her friend trying to rise, as I was. They are good, okay. Skip to downstairs. So black out of the dream, come back to. Outside, no one in the street, calling for 000 help, assistance. The telegraph poles down the road, about fourth one down. So telegraph pole, fourth one down the road, cracking and tips over, about half of it. And like dominoes, one by one, they all began to fall, cut in half where the lines meet the timber and fried the wood. In a different street now, there's units across the road, and I see sparks starting fires. Spot a couple of fires, small patches of sparks, lit ones inside, and people are in there. Call for Ash and friend to come and help get them out. Put fires out too. Walk in and wake the girl. She's blonde, mousy-coloured hair, about 8 and about 12 in size and mannerisms, as in 2 children, obviously, those 8 and 12. Ash's friend wakes them, and I ask, where's your mum? She pulls blanket back with red eyes from waking and paints, where's mum? And she said, over there, and I realize they're all sleeping in the lounge and dining chairs together. I wake, thunder clapping outside, raining, explains noise, but not sound barrier feel. So I'd woken at that point. And then, like, obviously, so seeing these people sleeping in the lounge represents to me that every time I know that there's been spiritual activity in my home, me and my children will always sleep in the lounge. And so then I've woken up.
Well, it's funny how that happens. Like, generally you sleep separate, but then all of a sudden you sleep together.
Yeah. It's just something we've always done. And that's why, like, even in this house, I don't sleep in the bedrooms. I'll always sleep in the lounge room. Like, I just can't, So I don't understand what those boom things were, and like the whole sonic boom, whirl, whiz. And now I'm like looking back and I think, okay, like you would have probably heard at that chick's concert that those people just got dropped to their knees, and then the people in Melbourne, when they were being hit by those rays, they all got dropped to their knees. Sonic boom, they complained about hearing sonic boom sounds, and then it just made people drop. It just made people drop. So I don't know what that dream is representing, whether it's a quantum thing that's coming, like I don't. That was a weird dream. That was a really weird dream, and I remember thinking in it, it was like an attack. That's how it felt, and for it to ricochet. That's like the top of that I put at the very top when I was marking notes about what that could have been. Possible quantum sound barrier re-entering physical body, because that the whirling, when I've put in here whirling whiz frequency sound, then crack boom and shudder deafening sounds radiated from my head as the sound shattered glass in the unit and dropped us all in pain. What does that sound like?
For me, crack, boom, bang. And I had the same experience where I'm in a dream with my kids. We're discussing different things, and then bottom just drops out, and I just fall, free fall. I freaking hate that. In life and death, but to me, it was on
Yes,
the
I
other
know
end.
exactly what you mean.
Mm-hmm. I hate that. And I know that was part of my past life. I was on this beam and I'm teeter-totter, and all of a sudden I'm just falling, and I'm falling towards these ant people, and they become people, and then they're actual fucking humans. Then all of a sudden it's a sidewalk crack. I think our past lives are intersecting. These different things are coming about. We're learning different things. And even my kids are talking about this today. I'm just like, seriously? I don't doubt
Yeah,
you.
but
Like, I will believe
is that a
you.
past life thing though, or is that is that maybe just dreams where you're being taken to other places?
No, when I was a kid, I had that for at least a year and a half. Repetitive dream every night.
Oh, okay.
Falling
Yeah.
from this swaying beam where I'm like going down, 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 down until right before the crack. Then I got closer and closer and closer to the crack. But I'm pretty sure that was my past life. With my kids, it was a bit different. And I don't know, I try to tune in everything. It's intense. It's pretty amazing. Like Lily, she's my youngest child. She's the only one that said, Mama, when I was an adult, I was very tall. I had blonde curly hair and I wore glasses and
So
I
she
was in the
remembers
army.
her
And I'm
past
like,
life, yeah.
yeah, I'm like, wow, that's pretty intense. Cause like I said, none of my other kids told me that. And she was sitting there with a lanyard and she was tying it around her leg. And I was like, Sissy, don't do that. Cause if you do that, like your leg's going to get really tingly. It's going to get uncomfortable, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, Mama, I gotta do this or I'm gonna bleed out. And I'm just like, it just blew me away. Like,
Oh
what
my
sort of
goodness.
1.5-year-old knows that terminology?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whole past life thing, everything. She was a tall, blonde-haired guy with glasses. Pretty sure he was a nurse. He got shot in the leg, and that's how he died. She doesn't remember it today. Asked her today, and she's like, Mama, I don't remember. It's so cool. I'm just wondering. But yeah, when it comes to them and they share it, you need to record that because that's once in a lifetime sort of stuff. They may say it and then they may grow beyond the point of that and then not remember it anymore.
I remember thinking I was an animal for like years as a kid. Like, it's so weird. Like, okay, because I say that I don't remember a lot of my childhood, but I do remember like in elementary school not having hardly any friends. And I it's the strangest thing is I thought I was a horse for like
My daughter was a horse too. I swear to God.
literally years, and it was like I couldn't talk to people, and
No,
I
she used
just
to like just run, and her arms would be back, and her forehead. I call it
well,
a five head
I
because it
hope
was
I
pretty
didn't
big.
run like
But her
that,
five
but I
head,
definitely
yeah, it would be blown back, and she'd just be like, nay, nay, and doing all these other horse things. And I don't know. I truly believe she was a horse in her past life. She's very into them.
yeah.
I bought sculptures, I bought all kinds of stuff for her, and that's the route she was going. But you picked up on that too. Like, to me, I could be a horse, it could be a seahorse. I don't know. Pretty sure I'm a horse. I'm a Sagittarius, so I am part horse. Even though Sagittarius is more cool, I'd rather say that. But no, being a horse and
You see the
not
painting I
getting
have for my picture? It's of the centaurs.
Yes, I saw that with the two centaurs. Oh shit! Sorry,
That's my
I tried
great
to zoom in on that.
grandfather's painting. He was kind of a like semi-famous artist, and I like
Yes,
that.
I tried to do some layout. Look at all those Sagittariuses.
Hmm. My family, my aunts say that he was probably high when he did that one, but I don't,
Could be. You never know.
or drunk. Who
I don't
knows?
know.
But yeah, I don't think I like actually acted like a horse. I legitimately just did not know how to interact with people, and I would just be there, and I had these weird flashbacks.
I'm
I have like
telling you, Kenzie would act like a horse. Like, she'd run off from where we were, and she'd be like, nay, 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 and running everywhere. And her
I have
five
these weird
head, like, poking out there.
flashbacks of like me being no, I wasn't like a free horse. I was like someone's horse. I don't know if I was a draft horse or but when I was like I it was so strange. Like I would just have these like visions and like memories almost of like being forced labor as a horse. I don't know what it was, but for like I mean, this was like a legitimate did not go away from my head like for years. It wasn't like me playing or anything like that. I just would have like I don't know what type of horse it was, a race horse, a draft horse, but like a workhorse of some kind. And I would have like flashbacks of it like all the time, and it would like it would actually bum me out. Like it wasn't a happy thing. It was always
Mhm.
like I felt like I was being put to work all the time. It was so weird, like, as a kid. Maybe that's why I don't have a lot of memories because I was still holding on to that. I don't know if
To the
or
dream.
it was some other maybe it was some other weird thing that I was picking up on, but I mean, it lasted for a really long time, and I didn't I don't know why. It's so strange. It's just weird because you like brought that up in your past life stuff, and I'm like, I don't really remember. I did have a lot of reoccurring dreams, and then I did a couple of past life regressions, and it's like I wish I could have been someone cool, but I do know like the one was a very it was an old life, and it was definitely like ancient Maya type stuff. It was I don't want to say if I was Mayan, but I
I mean,
think
that's amazing too because there's so many land masses and cities that have been discovered because of satellite.
yeah.
Oh no, Johnny was there, and then I think somebody was talking to her, then she went away. No, I know she was onto something, but it's insane. Like, all these things have been discovered. A lot of them are due to satellites and such. Like, to me, it's pretty intriguing where the heck we are right now as far as all this goes.
Yeah, definitely. Most definitely. You have to wonder if the satellites pick up on any like cryptids,
Well,
whatever
did
they're
you see what
called.
happened? Like, Russia was trying to send a spaceship, and then all of a sudden it went swirly durly and crashed trying to land on the moon. And then
Yes.
India actually made it to the South Pole. Congratulations, India. Like, I'm so proud of those guys. I know they're so excited because they've had so much trauma, so much other stuff going on, and they actually landed on the South Pole. Like, this is something positive that they can all, come up from, but
I did
that's
see
pretty
this.
intense.
There's this crazy video that I saw a clip of, which was like a sea creature, but it looked like an extinct, like ancient, like prehistoric
Mhm.
sea creature. I'm not sure where it was, but it was on the actual, like, some news channel, and I have to go look it up. I just saw like a little clip of it, um but I'm sure that, like, satellites pick up on all kinds of cool creatures and things um that we didn't normally discover or weren't looking for, or they're probably not looking for. But there's probably, I hope, like, we're coming into the age, I do feel like we're gonna have Jurassic Park here at some point.
Yeah,
I can't
it's gonna
wait.
be crazy.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
It's
there's chickens, and then here in the Four Corners area, people don't believe it, but we've gotten pictures of little baby Tyrannosaurus Rexes. We have thunderbirds, thunder chickens. These are actually pterodactyls. There's so many different dinosaurs going on in this area, and people are like, oh, yeah, whatever. No, seriously. And this was how many years ago? How much bigger is it now?
Yeah, I think there, whether it's going to be AI or some sort of a genetic experimentation, a manipulation that will be occurring, but we will at some point have a Jurassic Park, and either the AI dinosaurs or the genetically manipulated creatures will probably go haywire at some point, and
Mhm.
yeah, just waiting on that one. I don't know if I'd visit.
Right?
I mean, I would visit, obviously, but I don't know if they won't let me bring, like, weapons to defend myself against either the robot dinosaurs or the other
And also recently, that video that we've seen as far as like, this is the end of life coming towards you. Generally, it's a log and all this other shit. This chick had a spear come through her window. And then another person had a spear too. Come to find out, the second person, it was just like a fence stake. But the other chick, it was an actual spear. But Johnny, I saw you back there, and I feel like you want to say something. Might not be along the lines of what we're talking about, but we're about at the end of our time, so I just wanted to make sure we cover all of our bases. No, you're muted. Can you unmute?
I can. I don't have anything to
Yay!
say. I was just saying goodbye to my nieces, and then like while you were talking about that stuff, I kind of missed the conversation, so I don't want to say anything. I'm
Jurassic
listening.
Park.
It's crazy because a lot of people are like doing different stunts, and I'm like, me and Mia, we tried to tap into the paranormal, and then I was kind of cut off, and then we got into some really cool life shit. And I was very grateful for that. But there's other people out there that are doing this, and different things happen. And holy shnikes. Uh,
Okay, so I heard Mia say Jurassic Park. I will actually relate to that
mhm.
because I've had
Whether
the
it's through
occasional.
AI or genetic manipulation, I think we're gonna have
Yeah,
Well,
whatever.
something equivalent.
no, I think when do you know what you want to know what I think? This is tinfoil hat again. But I don't
I'll
Mhm.
go
believe
get
that we
mine.
are the
Do you have
only
one?
countries on. I don't believe we're the only blocks of land. I think that everything is a big lie. And I feel like there's other lands upon our, like in our on our planet, that they've not told us about, that harbor these animals. And if there is any kind of shift going, that whether it's a big flood, whether it's a, who bloody knows, some catastrophe is going to happen where these are going to combine. Probably not combine, I can't see exactly how it's going to happen, but I feel like these are going to find our lands. And then, I think it's also the government trying to conceal information that have been, they've been trying to hold things back and hide things for a very long time. But whether, I don't know how it's going to happen, but I've had a feeling that we're going to be seeing animals that are supposed to have been extinct for a very long time, and
Yes.
Jurassic's probably the key word of saying, dinosaurs and stuff like that. But
And
I've had visions
clones.
where well,
Human.
there was
Openly.
that fetus that they found. It was of a dinosaur. And they found it fully intact and it was frozen, and they're going to try and clone it and bring it back to life. I do see humans and dinosaurs interacting again. I don't
Because
I
of
don't believe this is
because we're gonna do it and it's gonna be stupid. Either that or they're gonna, or like the advancement of AI, like where there's AI starting to
Oh
have its.
my
We know where
gosh.
this is going. It's that
I
it's
know.
just
Okay, does
like, what
everyone
do we
understand
do?
what the AI does everyone understand what the AI consensus is? I mean,
Me, AI, I'm not even going to try to transcribe with you or communicate with you because I know who you are, what you want, what you need. I'm not going there. We'll never agree.
on what? The AI?
Yeah. What their prognosis is as far as the end of means.
Are you saying you wouldn't agree with me?
No, I said with them, with AI.
Oh yeah,
So
so
that's
I
like,
got that too. I'm like, wait, what?
You
that's not like
guys.
Tessa to just like cut
I
people off
know.
like that.
I know. I was like,
No.
what?
No, it's just the way that you said that. I was like, wow, Tessa, that's like never even, I don't think I've ever stated my point on the
That's
AI.
what
Or,
not that I recall. No.
no, but not only that, it's not like Tessa to be like, cut off. No, I'm not going to have your opinion stated because I'm never going to agree with it. Like whoa.
Me too.
No,
I was
okay,
like,
so
I missed that episode. No, I'm just kidding.
yeah, oh my God, I missed it too.
Hey, I'm still here. I'm still trying to help.
No,
Damn it all.
No,
agree.
it's the way that you said
I
that,
will not
Tessa, that it
agree.
sounded like, yeah, that's how it sounded. Anyway, so AI, basically what they're doing with the whole AI system is they're trying to conglomerate every bit of information from everyone around the world. And so, your information, my information, every single person who has a smartphone, who has anything, who goes in to use AI chatbots or AI generators or AI anything, to do with everything that every single person is doing on the face of this earth. So me living my life for the next year or two is going to create a profile for me. Everything Tessa does, everything Mia does, every single person who owns a bloody phone or has anything to do with the internet is going to be conglomerating all of this information into one AI system.
So,
Now,
Johnny,
that system.
we're on We Are Paradox Media's Spreaker studio. We're at 1 minute and 20 seconds. Can you tell our listeners where to find you if they have any questions?
Oh, sure. At Paracrypt, Facebook Paracrypt. That's basically the best place to find me.
And Mia?
You can find me Instagram or Facebook, Mia Savage, MEASAVAGE, or my music / random behavior channels, which is Antidote for Savages on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook, and Spotify, iTunes, all that stuff. YouTube as well.
Very nice.
That's a list.
I just want to say thank you so much again to my guests, Mia Savage, Johnny Banani, Robert White, Willier Moostoos, everybody else who joined us for We Are Paradox Media's Paranormal Forum. It's actually been pretty interesting. We're in some crazy times right now. And I don't know about you, but I've been seeing this coming for years, and I kind of feel like we're at the end of times, but I'm not going to put a staple on it. But I want to thank all of our friends on We Are Paradox Media's Facebook, Keeping On Radio, Twitter, We Are Paradox Media, iHeartRadio, and wherever else you are listening beyond the Omniverse tonight. All
Thank
right.
you for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the end of Spreaker, but we're still dangling. We're little dangly, like, dingleberries over here.
You
Yeah, anytime
said
you
the
guys.
word. I was thinking what
Yeah, little
dingles,
dangleberries.
and then I thought dingles, and then you said dingleberries. And I'm
Okay.
still a
What's
12-year-old
happening?
at heart. Oh my gosh. I don't know why that
I
word
think
is
we
so
all
funny
are.
to me.
So I'll just quickly do this because I'm gonna have to go to the toilet as my guts is doing backflips. But the AI system, so what it's doing is it's conglomerating all of this information, and it's going to then be trained to have its own you know how they say that robots and stuff can't have emotion?
Conscious.
AI.
Yeah, it's going to conglomerate into its own consciousness. That's the
Yep.
perfect word for it.
Yep. It's just a matter of when and how, and yeah.
Witness, perception,
It will
awakening,
calculate it.
intercepting.
It'll calculate it. So you know, like a newborn
Unplug your
baby, when
Roombas
it's
now, people.
trained. Say it again, say.
Oh, I said unplug your Roombas now, people. Cut that power off.
Yeah, it is. It's exactly like that. I mean, there's so, but I mean, one person jumping off the perch isn't going to make a difference against the fucking billions of people that are, you know. So, I think the bigger part of it is being able to be a step ahead. You know, we've been alive for a very long time, and they'll try and kill us off really fucking quick in order to allow that system to take place. And this is why going into the 15-minute cities and those big 1 minute, you know, those big you know, when they're trying to do one world order and get everybody into the one city kind of thing, that's why, so that those
Sister,
conscious.
I have a question. So as far as
Yeah.
15-minute cities go, I know that there's been a lot of talk because, you know, there's ABC, there's CNBC, there's Fox, there's all these other motherfuckers. And I'm listening to people from down home. I'm listening to what they're saying, etc. And they're saying, like, before this fire even happened, there's these people talking about smart cities and 15-minute cities and all this other shit. And all of a sudden, two weeks later, this fire kicks off. These hurricane winds, even though there's no hurricane embedding upon them, it's like the outskirts of the winds making this happen. Like, to me, it's pretty insane. Not only did it blow one way, but it came and blew back another. You know, sort of supernatural stuff going on with the wind.
What's the question though? Like, what's the question regarding the 15-minute cities?
Well, everybody's saying this is a natural disaster. First of all, I say this is not natural.
We've already established that it's not.
Yeah, it started from.
Did you hear the key word in that though? The key word in that was 15-minute smart cities.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, AI generation with a conscience is going to allow people. And you know, when you get the chip and then it can read who you are and if you're allowed in those 15-minute cities, if you're allowed to be in that, if you've been approved to be in those places, because those places are for, you know, not the commons, not the common people in the community that they're trying to kill off.
We are probably going to be on the list. The other list, the threat to society list at this point.
We definitely are on that list. I mean, there are billions of people who are going to lose their lives.
Yeah.
Well, not in Hawaii, there's thousands, but still, like, it's massive. And like I was saying earlier, Oprah, she bought property. It's like life was trending like the best-selling novel. And she
All right,
bought
let me put it to you this
500.
way. Let me put it to you this way. These people will have scientifically already now, no matter what situation that is going to occur with the weather phenomenon that we have all seen is going to occur. We all have seen that there's going to a major weather phenomenon, that's whether it's flooding, whether it's just some other major event that is going to contribute to the loss of billions of thousands and thousands of people. So not only is it going to be disease and famine, it is going to be this weather thing that's going to help break and contribute to the loss. And it'll be one big, poor victimized society history thing that's going to cut all these people out.
I don't like that terminology. But
I know it's horrible, but this is what we say, and this is how we know it's going to happen. But then when you look at it from like these aspects, there's certain places that these people know are going to survive. Like, how did Oprah Winfrey color her house blue and then know that some big fucking weird storm's going to come through and her place is safe? Now you look at the size of that community that got hit. It's fucking small. I don't care. When you get on a helicopter and you're going over that place, you can see the entire fucking region. There is not much space in that community at all.
Going back to Oprah Winfrey, here in the Colorado area, Southwest Colorado, there she is in Telluride, and she bought a mansion. It's up on a cliff. It's way the fuck away from everybody. She always paints her shit white. Why in this instance did she paint her shit blue?
It is always white. I've seen some of her other places. No, you're so right. Usually it's really, really white. Like there was a funny meme going around.
Even
that a black person made this meme about her White House or something like that, and it was just funny. But they are. I've seen her other ones. Her other properties are usually like all like flat white.
Yeah,
they're all white.
So,
Everything's white. Even the furniture, even everything, the fixtures, everything is white. She's got to live in the White House. All of a sudden, her house is blue. Why is that? And then when they're doing their handouts and shit, she's like, "Oh, here I am trying to help you." Yeah. And then I go back to this, which I think I mentioned before, but not quite sure. But she bought up property like in like a trending bestseller. Oprah bought 520-acre plot, $3.89 million in 2023. Then another 330 acres for $2.47 million. Not to mention two 10-acre patches for $100,000 plus. The fire burns nearby but leaves her vast acreage unscathed. This also happened with land around her Montecito home. Everything burned but her property. She sat there and she scooped up all these properties in both instances. And she bought them, and then again, after mudslides decimated the rest of the area, the decimated acquisitions and timing, it was unprecedented. Like, as far as her buying up and everything was timed perfectly. Oh, what a great time to make these purchases. Like, to me, that's freaking insane. How the heck can you time that? She just sits back and waits. And I think people are privy to these certain things happening. People don't believe it. They're like, oh, these are, conspiracy theories. They're fucking making clouds. They're even, taking winds in. Like, how can you not make your own winds? They're putting winds into, these bags because they might never have these winds again. To me, it's pretty intense and insane. What is happening in the world today? I don't know about you guys, it kind of makes me feel a little bit schizophrenic, but at the same time, I'm seeing what I see, and this shit is actually happening, and, I'm
You know what it is?
potentially
It's mass
self-fulfilling it.
psychosis. We're going through mass psychosis, and I think it would be best that we all decided to go to a doctor and get the proper medication that we need from our trusted pharmaceutical companies such as Pfizer or
Not
whatever
unless
ones
it's
they have in China.
mushrooms. I ain't doing
No,
it.
I'm saying this is what we should do. We should be very we should be very afraid, and we should go be put on zombie medication, because that will make the world a better place if people like us
I'm okay.
are medicated.
And maybe some mushroom, but none of that other like zombie medication. And there's so many different ones these days. Johnny, have you
I'm
guys
being
witnessed that over
sarcastic.
here? I know you are.
Okay, cool.
And
I'm
I
like, I hope you're
appreciate it.
not. I'm like, no, I'm good on that. Just
You're my
making sure.
sister, dude. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I'm gonna get you a Pfizer hoodie too, so don't worry. Merry Christmas.
Feliz Navidad.
Feliz
Feliz
Johnny,
Navidad.
Feliz took my dad.
Navidad.
Please.
Well, it's all like the whole lot of it is just one big fucking scam, and all those. I just, you just got to feel sorry for the people involved, because it's just unjust. And if they're going to do it to them, who else are they going to do it to? I feel like there's something under that land, and they have to protect that space.
Well, seriously,
And I know
like,
that
everybody-
I've had visions about Hawaii, and I've
Mhm.
had visions of places in Hawaii, and I'm like, if they are there to go in and cover the area with their fucking fucking scaly
Grommet
ass
hands.
people, these little grommet fucking alien scaly ass little
Yeah,
fucking
we can
fuckers,
escape.
are they blocking off the tunnel that goes underground, that's part of the Hawaiian
Seriously,
exit?
there's one freaking way out, and everybody's
One way
going
out.
there. And all of a sudden, there's police there saying, "Sorry, you can't go this way." So they're directing them back towards the fire. What the fuck? So luckily, there's some, rebels there who are like, "I'm not gonna follow the flock. I'm gonna follow this ambulance through, or this fire truck through, or whatever the heck they're following," and then they follow it through and they get free. Everybody else is like either jumping in the ocean or getting burnt alive. This is bullshit.
The children are next in line for the land, so if they get rid of them, then they have complete ownership of it.
Well, that's
Because
been
there's
the
no
biggest
one to take the
question.
right. There's no
Where
one then
are
to
the
take the right.
children? Yeah, where are the children? Why aren't there people out there saying, "Where's my child?" Blah, blah, blah. Come to find out, supposedly, due to the government, that all these children have been found. All these children have been reclamated. Maybe there's a handful of children that were lost. I still don't believe them. I'm sorry. I have trust issues with the government, even though I was a part of the government. I was in the Marine Corps. Like, I don't fucking trust you. Once I joined, I trust you even less. So, where are the children?
I trust
All
the
the
government.
kids.
They
And
know
you
what's
said that
best
before.
for the
And
people.
I said I didn't trust the
I am
government.
also
And then I
a
joined the
robot.
government to get out of an abusive relationship. And then I even more didn't trust the government. So I see where you're coming from, because you really haven't been a part of it and you don't know the insides of it. But it's pretty messed up.
I'm being sarcastic. I'm saying
I know.
like
But
I'm a robot.
that's sexy
I trust the
sarcastic.
government. They always know what is best for us because they care.
Yes. We are better off if we trust the government.
Exactly.
Okay, well let me put it to you in this context. Okay? Just consider.
No.
This is just keep an open mind, and we'll just see how it grows out. So we all understand aliens. We all understand the things that are underground cities, underground worlds. Be it the ant people or the fucking insectoids or whatever are underground. There's all those lots of little hidden communities that are down underground.
Mhm.
For whatever reason, and this has been brought to the attention on Dr. Sala's pages that he's done. I've been sent a few actually regarding some of the ant colonies, some of the reptilian colonies. It's not reptilian. The the ones that look like praying mantises. What are those ones?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
There's been a few colonies from underground that are coming to the surface. They've been asked and they've been told and they've been made, and they have to surface and are now being told that they're to come, and we as humans will be interacting with them. And now this is where I have part 1 and part 2 of, are these the dinosaurs like with these people, and that's why we're seeing humans and the dinosaurs combining. I don't know, but I just know that they've all been told that they have to surface. Now, in one of my remote visions, I was asked to go down and I had to meet with one of these people to see if I could be one of their protectors. So they're actually employing humans to, when they do come up, to help with, keep their people, keep their villages, keep their tribes safe, keep them from being harmed in any way on the surface, and to help guide them and show them around. And so my question is, what if, now I know that there's places in California, Romania, we all know all of these, where these, hidden places are, where they call them the super gates. What if they're just entry points to these underground places, right?
They're like portals going under and under and under and through and through and through and through.
What if one of these places are in Hawaii, which I know one is, I already know one is. Cambodia, Hawaii, California, like they're everywhere. Now, what if one of these areas is in Hawaii and these people, these elites like fucking Oprah Winfrey, are actually buying up the land and then putting their people in there, these 15-minute cities, so that when these people do surface, they're surfacing into a conglomerate of these fucking reptilians. And those reptilians are going to be showing as human species, and they're going to be pretending, oh, this is what the world's about. This is what we're all doing. And this is their first introduction to the human species. And they're meeting fucking reptoids. Like, what if? Just what if? That's why all of this shit's happening. Does that make sense? Did you follow that at all? I don't know. But that to me,
I mean, you have to wonder sometimes, like, okay, because if we're gonna go down that rabbit hole and talk about these like intergalactic species stuff, it's like kind of the chicken or the egg theory. Now, did some of these leaders, is it true that this is like a bloodline thing, or is it just a different dimension, right? That in one dimension, these beings, they exist and that's their true form, but only sometimes when there's a glitch in the matrix do we see evidence of them like kind of shape-shifting? Or do they use just powerful people and take over their bodies as vessels or destroy them because they want the power, right? So there's so many different ways that can go. Or they could all be true at the same time. It could just be a bloodline going on for centuries.
Sorry, Doll. I've been asking a lot of questions to my guides and stuff. And then I get on TikTok and then I start seeing all of these flat earth TikTok videos. Now, I'm not a flat earther in any way, as you all know.
Me neither.
However, when they start talking about things like the flight paths, and then they start talking about outside the firmament, and you start looking at all of the information between the maps that were drawn in the 14 and 1500s, and then you look at things like the way that the earth is, the way that the countries are mapped out, the way that they've been able to, lie about man landing in space, and they've been up in these things,
etc. The firmament has been in the Bible since the beginning of time, and people are trying to use
now
like,
you've got. But if you're looking at it from the perspective of the firmament being a dome and a space between Earth and
it's around us
and the galaxy, no, I don't
It's just
know about that.
reflective light.
However, what I do see is, okay, whilst they discuss it as being a flat Earth, no, I think that when you look at the flight paths between places and you've got a plane that has to fly from here to go to Los Angeles to land in Hawaii, it doesn't make sense that it's kind of going like that. Or, you know, go to Russia, you've got to fly through here to go to there. But if you look at the flat Earth map, you would have to go from here to here to here, which would be a direct line. Next to that, what if that firmament is actually that wall in Antarctica that they talk about, okay? When they say that there's an area in Antarctica that you're not allowed to go, is because on the other side of that wall is actually the firmament. Now, if you go on the other side of that wall, looking at the map, there's a gap in these ice firmament walls, what they're calling the ice firmament walls. When you go through that gap, there's actually more land, more islands, and a whole new globe of countries that are all in these areas. And then when you go through that circle, then you got another one. And like there's just plots of all these circles all around. So I'm like, that fucking makes sense to me.
It's just weird how all
That
this
makes
old
sense.
stuff got burned and all the new structures that have been built weren't. And how Johnny Bahama, you know, their umbrellas were not burnt. Even these blue t-shirts that had different sayings on them were not burnt. The color blue, why? Why was the color blue not burnt? Like, there's structures, there's concrete, there's bones, there's iron, there's everything, and then
That's got
these blue
nothing to do with what I
t-shirts.
was saying, but
I know, but to me, like, that's another thing
you're
because we're
still
in the
buzzing on it, ain't you? Don't like it because it is trippy. Like,
She's
how is that
obsessing over
possible?
it tonight, but I
She
totally
is,
get
yeah.
it. No, I do the same
But
thing.
like,
'cause
I do too. Like, it's
not
one of those.
obsessing is the wrong word. She's fixated. I get fixated
Yeah,
over.
yeah.
This has been happening repeatedly. There's been no sort of evidence, but here it is happening again. CNBC, NBC, ABC, CNN, Fox, everybody, they're on the same fucking realm. But I've been fixated on like locals and what they're going through. And then there was this one guy, and he's like, he's a realtor and he's been there forever. And I'm like, you're a realtor, so I don't trust you because there's been realtors calling these people trying to get their family properties away from them. But he's actually been there for a long time and he's trying to help all these people. So he's like the bad guy coming from a good side.
Fire doesn't discriminate. Fire does not discriminate.
It's a life form of its own. And I said that on my show last weekend. It will bounce and miss certain places and burn other places. Like, to me, it's just freaking insane.
Nah, you cannot say that whilst those umbrellas, which are probably more flammable than anything around it, stayed intact, and yet every single thing underneath it blew to bits. It
was like a cremation, like a crematory.
T-shirts on the ground, the most highly flammable things were left intact.
Only the blue ones. Yeah.
Only
what the
blue
fuck?
ones.
And I see you talking about.
And
I saw
you
you
know,
talking
for the
about
Simpsons to show that thing, that machine that they'd wrapped up in blue material, and everything else got decimated, but but that didn't. Like, it just doesn't make. Yeah, I mean, it does make perfect sense.
Yeah, and once you say that, and then I'm going back to t-shirts and shit. It's like t-shirts, umbrellas, all this other shit, and then what you're talking about, wrapped in blue, is protected. Was it a laser beam? And I did see that
was on The Simpsons
saying, like, here's a laser beam going down to Hawaii, blah, blah, blah. Come to find out, like, I watched this like a week after I saw this whole turmoil start to happen. It was actually a Phoenix liftoff. So it was a slow speed photo of a rocket, like, lifting off. So it looked like a laser beam coming down when it was actually a rocket taking off in slow speed.
That was that one, yeah. No, but there was another laser. There was another laser that shot on an angle. So that one was straight up. But the
Well,
laser
that
that
other one
I've
was
seen,
on Hawaii. That was like in Alabama or somewhere.
the one that shot it on an angle,
Yeah, it was like ching, yeah, down like that.
yeah, and it hit that place on the corner.
Hmm.
And you see it just go like like it just sort of like blows stuff
Hmm.
off it. But then that was it. There was no
Yeah.
like fire that stemmed from it. There was nothing.
No, it blew up like the gas tanks and shit at the gas station where it was. Those
Oh,
were the
what
two
the
main
heck?
ones that were showing as far as laser beam shots. One was in Hawaii, which was actually not in Hawaii, and it was like a slow form, like X rocket thing, like taken off. Saw that. That was, I think, in 2015. It blows me away, like the different dates on these things. And then the other one that came in at an angle, and then it shows the one before the laser was introduced, and then the one after. And I don't know, it's kind of like a friction sort of thing, which I can see people are trying to take us away from what's really happening and not let us understand the actual reactions to this and that happening. But at the same time, it's a distraction from what's going on in China, in Russia, and Ukraine, all this other shit. They're
Well,
just like, don't look at this
yeah.
hand, look at
And
this.
did you also hear about how Saudi Arabia pulled all their gold out of American reserves?
Yes. Yes, because they're a part of
When
BRICS
did
now.
when did yeah. When did that happen?
Just last night or the night before.
3 nights
Um,
ago.
yeah,
Well, no,
they
actually, sorry, it actually happened last week. It happened 2 weeks ago. It was when
I've
the fucking
been,
Hawaiian thing happened. It was when
yeah,
all
I've
of
been
the shit went down
on
in
the news.
Hawaii.
It was like either last night or the night before. That's when they started BRICS, and they're like, they have 6 different countries now with them, all acclaimed, holding their hands up, like, yeah, we're all a part of this.
They
And
pulled out. They pulled out their gold, and it took them. I think they said it was like 600 loads and so many container ships to ship it back to Saudi. It was and I can't remember exactly how many. It was fucking like ridiculous, like 600 ships or something. But I can't remember because I was like, oh no, it can't be that much. But then you think Saudi Arabia, there's got a fucking shit ton of bloody shit ton of money there.
right?
I don't know. I don't recall. I don't recall exactly what it was. When you hear shit, you're just like, oh yeah, whatever.
Prince Habari Jabari Punjabi, man. I don't know. So many different people that say they're princes from there, and I would like to take you into my harem. I'm like, no, thank you.
No, I don't think that. I am more sus. I am more sus. When you go in, look at flat earther. Actually, no, I'll find some of the stuff that I've looked at and I've saved,
Mhm.
and I'll send it through to the group chat, and and like just have a look. Like these are really, really, really old maps. Okay, like when I say old maps, they're fucking from the original explorers of time, and like their maps show how there's different colonies of land. So as we know ours to be, with all of our continents and stuff on it, well, there's about 6 or 8 other, I guess, areas where the same thing, and the space. Remember the last time we were on, and I was saying I don't feel like our countries are actually shaped in the way that our countries are. Do you remember me saying that?
No,
I
and did you
do.
see the thing where they're saying like the moon is reflecting where our continents are? And it's like kind of the same but a little different. Have you guys seen that too?
Well, this is it. It all makes sense. So like when I was saying last time, and I was saying about how I just don't feel like, when you've got these private areas that you're just never allowed to go into. And I'm like, I've always wondered like what's behind that. What is actually there? Is that like an entry point or an exit point to something that goes to another place that we're not supposed to know about? Like, is it another part of is it an entry point to a country that they've just cut off, and it would like expose their you know what I mean? Like, okay, give me an example. Tasmania's got this place called it's the Wildlands, okay? Like it's the wilderness. One road in, one road out. And the only way you can access that is if you go into the bush. Nobody ever wants to go in the bush there because it's fucking thick jungle. Now, imagine going from there, even though it's Tasmania, but on the other side of that jungle, when you pass through, you could be entering fucking America. A wilderness part of America that has been shut off to the public, and no one's ever allowed to go there because, you know, if they reach the other side and find out that Australia and
there are
America,
lots of places like that we are that you can't see on your regular average mapperoonie
map, and if those
even
maps
if it
have
is
been
just even if it's just small islands, it's definitely they're there. I mean, I said even if, could be entire countries, could be small islands, but I do think that there are protected areas that don't show up that we're not supposed to have knowledge of.
Okay, now on those particular small islands and small little areas, what if there's dinosaurs actually roaming on there?
Dude, we have dinosaurs here in the Four Corners area. We've had little T-Rexes,
and now like,
and then
you
we've
get
also
one that
had
escapes.
I believe that.
Okay, now you get one that escapes, and then they find these bones, and they can't say that those bones have, you know, been buried, even though they're a foot under the ground when they're discovered. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, they're 43 billion years old. Because if they were to break down the actual time frame of those bones, and the truth revealed that they were only like 100 years old, then what? It defies all of history. Now, how many times have we watched in the news that everything that we've been watching has defied all of history, and the history is changing consistently?
History is a fucking mystery because here in the Four Corners area, we have T-Rexes. Here's the grass line. Here, a little shorter, is the little T-Rex. And then you look up in the sky and there's pterodactyls, or a lot of us like to call them thunderbirds. I like to call them thunder turkeys and thunder chickens, but they are flying around.
Well, if you're in Papua New Guinea, they're called ropins in Papua New Guinea. They're called.
And in the oceans, there's other things going on too. Like these different things are resurfacing.
Species.
Coming into
yes. Now you're on the same page. So, what if all of these are like, you know how they computer generated fucking AI through spaceships, and they're trying to say that we landed on the moon and that we've got all these people up in space, and we've worked out that it's all been bullshit anyway. Okay, yeah, right? Remember that?
I don't know about that.
So they're saying that Google and Google Earth, now not so much Google Earth, because Google Earth is actually catching out a lot of this evidence, but when you look at the maps of the world as we know it today are not like the maps as we know it back in the 15 and 1600s. And when you look at the map of the Atlas of Britannica, and the Atlas of Britannica showed that there was extra islands, and like Spain had was it Spain, Russia, and so it was like 3 countries all in one, and you're like, hold on, that defies as we know it, because there's never been a Gondwana shift in that time, and there was certainly no breakup like there is of Africa, how the water's coming through Africa now. There was never a break like that occurred. So how is it that these 3 countries, and I'll find it and I'll send it to you, and you'll know what I'm talking about. How is it
water's
that that's
not
even
only
possible?
coming through there, they're coming through Northeast America. It's crazy. It's filling up railways. It's filling up streets. It's flooding homes. It's just a whole different realm of Earth. On the eastern coast of America, it's been flooding. Like over here, we have different storms and earthquakes and shit like that. But over on the East Coast, it's been flooding so bad. People are like, good Lord, dear baby Jesus, like, please protect my home. But it's just emptying up. She's like, there's my car over there. All you can see is the very top part of her car. Then you see up the stairs, like, into her house. It's almost there. There's a little bit kind of seeping in, and she's out there filming, but I don't know. It's on a whole different realm. Everybody thinks, oh, I'm recycling, I'm doing this and this and that and that. Guess what? The people that agree to recycle with us aren't really recycling. We're doing our part and we're sending that stuff in, and they're just throwing it away like trash. What the heck are we doing? Like, to me, this is very, very dumb, very destructive. I don't get it. Why are we wasting our time? Why are you saying you're doing this when in reality you're not?
What's your thoughts, Mia? Mia.
Mamma mia.
Sorry, I was yelling at the dog and then I went to the bathroom and yeah, but I've been listening, just not talking. And
That's
now
all
I'm
right.
looking for something. I have to get this place straightened out because there's another house showing it and I'm
Are you moving?
no, I wish, but no. There's going to be another house showing. There was one and they didn't come in the casita. I stay in the casita, not the main house. We have guests in the main house, Airbnb guests, and I was so mad today because I was driving in my driveway and this somebody who came here who was obviously a guest went by and like I just moved over a little bit and then I waved and they like swerved their car and I'm like, well, dude, you're on my driveway and I waved to them and they didn't wave to me back. So I'm like, well, then you can leave then. Like, I feel like I'm invaded like all the time. Like I am just constantly invaded with strangers around. I have to shut all the windows like a hermit. Otherwise, I'll have children or people walking into the casita that are complete and total strangers, like at any given time. Anyway,
Really.
so as I've been doing the show, because I was in Colorado and because I found out there's going to be another showing on Wednesday, I am also organizing. So it's multitasking. So my apologies.
That's all
Very
good.
stressful.
Yeah. And the dog was barking, and sometimes she doesn't come in, and then the guests will complain because there's a dog that barks. And I'm like, well, you know, it is what it is. Like, that's her job. What am I going to do?
Yeah, Vern shut up one day and he told me, well, the police shut up today. I'm like, what the fuck happened? He's like, well, there was a dog fight and yada yada. I'm like, thank God, because I've had false reports filed against me, etc. Never stuck, but I was just like, why were they here? But it's because I think Blue was protecting the water and the other dogs didn't like it, so they kicked his ass and rolled him in shit. And yeah,
Oh.
so yeah, no, Nova and Kayla, they've been cutting off the naps, like the matted parts with scissors, and then they're going to go through with the little fuzzer and do that. But yeah, it's been bad. I was like, the popo is called? What for? Luckily, it wasn't me because I was just like, I've heard all kinds of stories, and I'm just like, I don't
Thank
believe
God
you.
it was animal control because they would have arrested the perpetrators. I'm just
Right?
kidding. Thank God
Huh.
it wasn't the puppy popo. Take him to Puppy Joan.
No, but I feel so bad for Blue. But at the same time, I'm like, you were antagonizing, you were blocking the water. You know, if it was, and I thought about this too, if it was humans and there's one person blocking the water and all the rest of the people are very thirsty and they want some water, we're going to kick that guy's ass. So I kind of really don't feel
Totally.
sorry for him, you know?
I have, Chili, my dog Chili, that's in
Hmm.
Colorado because I couldn't handle her anymore because she doesn't have cows here. Yeah, she
Yeah.
is the worst instigator with certain dogs, and it's only certain ones, but she will pick on one and fight with it. She instigates stuff, but she's really not all that tough. She's just an instigator. And then, like, the other dogs who actually are tough but don't instigate have to back her up for her fights. So that gave her, instead of it had the opposite effect. What it did is it gave her a false sense of confidence So there was another guy running the bar department here, and so every day she would pick fights with his dog. He had 3 dogs, right? But one particular that she would just always pick a fight with. But she knew that the other 2 dogs who were bigger than her would back her up, right? Every single time. And sometimes they really didn't even want to back her up, but she was constantly getting herself into these fights. Like, it
Yeah.
was hilarious. Anyway, so I was just hoping one day she would get her butt kicked, and she never learned. She never got her butt
Yeah.
kicked enough because the other dogs will always have her back, which is
Yeah, they
good
have
and
their
bad.
different levels, and that's how it is. There's nothing really you can do to change it, and it's pretty messed up. But yeah, Blue has been voted off the island. But yeah, Nova and Kayla, they've been like cutting along his ears because like his ears got matted, and they're like he's gonna grow cysts and stuff like that. That hasn't happened, but they're trying to keep that from happening. But yeah, he's been matted, and then he got his ass kicked and rolled. I'm like, how the heck did you get so wet and dirty? But I think it's because of Herc and all his slime was all over his like neck and that general area, and then he got rolled in the dirt, and that's where all that nasty dirtiness came from. And I do believe that Bean was a part of it too. Maybe even Lulu. But Lulu, like, she's generally been off-putting, but then recently she's been jumping in too. So it just goes along. Like, the longer you let it go on, the more dogs that will get involved. And so it's pretty messed up because Blue, he's a pretty sweet dog, even though he's trashy. He keeps getting into my trash. Otherwise, he's a good dog. But I do think he
Yeah,
was blocking the waters from the other dogs, and I think that's why they kicked his ass in the first place.
probably so.
I would do
Very
the same thing. I'm
likely.
like, Blue, attack. No.
That's like that. That's like Chili. She'll guard food. Like, she's nice, but I have to watch her because even though Omaju, she's way bigger than her, she's way more submissive and sweet, and she's a little bit younger than Chili, so she doesn't really realize her size because at home in the pecking order, she's, the youngest. So Chili will sometimes steal her food whenever I turn my back, or she'll guard her own food, and it sucks because poor Omaju needs food, but like she's twice her size. She needs more food. So anyway, so that's another reason why I had to separate them. I took Chili to Colorado because also she's a cow dog and there are no cows here. So she drives me nuts. Like, she needs a
Well,
job.
and
Like,
her
those
with
dogs.
Ramesses, like, Ramesses is a born leader, and I think
Yeah, but
he'll
he's
put her in
he's a good
line.
house dog and he's a good cow dog because he's
Mhm.
a mutt, right? But her bloodlines are pure, like, energetic border collie. Like, they're cow dog, so she will not stop pantsy. She is so high strung. I have doggy Xanax for her, not because I believe that you should put your dogs on doggy Xanax, but because the vet gave me a bunch of extra because she was driving them nuts. So she's like, here, I'm gonna give you some extra ones for her, just. And I'm like she was pushing this doggy Xanax on me. The vet was, because she's so high strung. And so occasionally, like twice, I've given it to her if she was just driving me nuts at night and like going crazy.
Each. Johnny just
Yeah,
looks
she has a
like
job.
she's strapped in with a parachute. She's ready to go.
A parachute.
And
Don't
there,
do it.
she's just not saying anything. She's got straps on, ready to go flinging out of the back of the airplane. I don't know if it's a frozen picture or
I'll
what the
fly the
crack.
plane, but I'm not jumping out unless I have to. I think I might risk a crash more than well, depends on the plane, I guess, but but I don't know. I've never wanted to
Johnny, are you in another realm? Are you still here
skydive.
with us?
Yeah. getting amused by doggy fucking daycares.
Hey! I was scared
I was
because you
just
were
trying to find some of that stuff that I was talking about earlier to chuck in, and I keep finding other shit, and I'm like, oh, that's all these topics we could talk about. We'd be here all night.
Right.
Oh, I got a good
Oh,
one.
well, because they're all trying to talk about everything being climate change now. It's all a result of climate change. Hawaii's all the climate change. Everything's fucking climate. Oh, pardon me. Trust the government. The government's telling us it's climate change. The fucking government's creating that climate change too. Harp and
Well, it's not what you're saying the other day as far as like there was no hurricane there was no cloudy skies, whatever. And so the center of the hurricane, just like the center of a tornado, is very, very freaking calm. It's the outskirts, whether it's the second or the third or even the fourth of the outskirts is very, very crazy. Inside of a tornado or a hurricane is very calm. It's the eye of the tornado where you can look around and see things and see what the heck is going on.
well, what destruction's been left behind.
Yeah. It's insane. And to me, it's like people are like, oh, there was no police, there was no this, there was no that. Yes, there were police, but they were keeping these people within these corridors. They weren't letting them out. They're redirecting them. The people that did not obey, the people that disobeyed and went against them are the people that lived. Or even if they were on the highway and they decided it's getting real hot, we got to jump off into the water, those people live too. We were looking for over 1,000 people as far as missing persons. A lot of people have showed up in name, in person, etc. There's 336 or 39 people that have recently showed up as being deceased now. But that's still a lot. Even though we were looking for like over 1,000 people, there's 339. I keep thinking 333. That would be the perfect number for all this paranormal shit going on, but it was like 339, almost 400 people that have been missing and found.
Well, there was also that thing where they were trying to get DNA off people to identify the missing, the found people, and then they couldn't identify them, and so they were trying to get DNA to identify them.
They should be going by DNA and dental records, but it's been.
But my thing is they weren't allowed anyone to get on or get off or access the island or access the area. Even all those boats that were cut off because they were doing fucking community work passing between the islands. And yet they could then get the DNA off people who were already there that had been removed from the, it just didn't make sense. All these people had been removed. They weren't allowed to go back to their homes. And then all of a sudden they're finding all these dead bodies, and then they were trying to get DNA out of people to see who that person, the dead person was that was already found, and get the DNA to work out who they belonged to or who they were. I was like, how did they get those resources onto the island? Because that's not something they would naturally have there.
And like they're saying, like,
do you know what I mean? Like, do you see what I mean? Because to me, I was like, it was just contradicted everything.
Yeah. Supposed to be Red Cross, all kinds of other people over here. Nobody is here. The only people helping the natives are the natives. It's people that were there already, business owners, etc. That are just like, I can't run my business anymore, so I'm going to help these people. Not because they're looking for
people on the islands that surrounded them, that hopped in their boats and went across on their boats and were taking resources to and from and taking people off the island and taking them back to their islands and then collecting more stuff and then taking them all back until the water officials came on, because they found out that they were doing that, and then they got cut off, and then so they had to find another route to get in and onto the island. because the Coast Guard was in blocking them all off, stopping them from entering. Well, fucked. Who does that?
Well, and it's
What?
like the day that the storm happened and the fires happened and people are jumping in there, people that were in the water took pictures of the bodies floating around. And just recently they started a search. They're like, okay, so we've searched all these structures, etc., etc. Now we're going to search the water. They didn't find shit. But there's people that were out there while the fire was happening, and they took pictures of people that were floating. And I don't want to make it like they're not individuals, because they are, but they're taking pictures of their bodies floating in water. How freaking stressful is that? And then the government's like, no, that never happened because we don't have any proof. Are you fucking serious? This actually did happen. This actually happened right here. But sometimes they get weighed down because water in their lungs or whatever, and then the gases will build up within their bodies, and then they'll start to float up again. It's been about 2 weeks now. Maybe it'll take a couple days
Yeah,
and they'll
but
start floating up again. But unless somebody
the
dragged them
water
out,
wasn't that deep. Children were
no,
able to stand in the water. It might have
yeah,
been up to their shoulders, but it wasn't that deep. And they were like 40 meters out. Like, that water in that area is super fucking shallow. For hours. Like, it goes for miles and it's just shallow before it actually drops off. So many people were surviving. Kids were out there for like 8 hours, 12 hours, 16 hours. Because they didn't know whether they could come back in, but they were just standing there.
well, yeah, people
They
are
just
being
stood
turned
there. They stood
around
there
anyway.
overnight. Yeah.
It's the thing. But yeah, the ones that I saw that were in the water was a teenage son and a younger son, and I think an older sister. I think their mom and dad were somewhere else, but maybe that was his mom with them. But they had masks on their face, and they were dipping it in and cleaning it out and putting it back on. He even looked at his younger brother at one point and was like, "Hey, your mask is really, really dirty. I think you should clean it off really quick and then put it back on." And you have to do that because there's so much shit, not only in the air but in the
Soot.
water. And
Yeah.
yeah, and the
All
water
the
is
ash
so
and
dirty.
soot,
You
yeah.
see it just washing against the coast and shit. It's dirty, dirty freaking mud. It's insane. Somebody was trying to think of a name the other day. The name was asbestos. That's the building materials that were made back then.
Asbestos, yeah.
Hardy plank and asbestos, yeah. Well, they're all weatherboard homes. Oh, fuck,
What, Mia?
man.
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought you
I'm
did.
just stretching. I'm stretching my like back, and my entire body is just tense.
Well, we've
I'm
actually
yogaing,
gone like,
multitasking.
yeah. Yoga, stretch, downward dog.
Actually, oh no, yeah, I was chaturangaing right then and there.
Well, I have to say, we're well over our time for the show. We're only on certain places at this moment. But Mia or Johnny, do you have a place where people can come and communicate with you with as far as what's going on in Hawaii or anything else going on within our realms? If they want to discuss it, how can they contact you? We'll start with Johnny.
Okay, well, it's Paracrypt on Facebook, or Paracrypt Does. And I forgot, yeah, I'm on TikTok too. So it's Paracrypt Jani on TikTok. Paracrypt, you'll probably find me on there, Paracrypt Jani. And that's about as far as my social media goes.
Well, I'm glad you were able to join us. I know you have been working really hard, and I don't know, it's hard to get into other things, but I'm super grateful that you were here.
Yeah, I woke up really late, so but that was all the medication that they threw in my plate. They'd put me on fentanyl, 100 milligrams of fentanyl, and I'd suck that within like 40 minutes. The whole
Oh
lot.
my.
Just, yeah. And it did nothing to my pain. Like, they were coming in, it
Right?
would work for like, yeah, it would work for like 10, 15 minutes each time. There was one point where the first hit that I got was like 20 minutes relief. And then it just kept dropping
Mhm.
down the 15, 10, 5 to the point where they were giving me then 20 mils of fentanyl. And then it would last for like 5 minutes before my pain was just coming back again. So between morphine and oxycontins and fentanyl and just everything that they were just overdosing me on stuff, and nothing worked. Nothing was just breaking the pain.
That's what they do. They throw
So
a ton of shit at you, hoping you don't make it through.
they were, well, they were just, they had to. I literally was bent over in pain, and I'm like, I've not felt pain like that. And I put childbirth on a 6 for a pain scale because I'm pretty pain tolerant. And
Yeah,
once you can
childbirth is
zone in
moving around.
and you can contain and you know where the pain is and what it is, then you can work with it and you can balance your body out. So I've been really good with stuff like that, but for this reason, I just could not. I really couldn't. I felt like my stomach was going to explode, and it was nerve-ending cramp pains throughout my body. Anyway, so they doped me up as much as they could, got me to a balanced rate, and then let me go. And the doctor said, I'm going to ring you tomorrow morning to see how you're going. If you're still getting the pain and everything in the next 24 hours, come back. But it was a Saturday night, so they needed the beds in hospital, and there was nothing that they could do for me there that I couldn't do at home. So I came home, and I've come right, actually. I've really come right, because I mean, I've been in pain, but I'm good. I'm good. A lot better. So I
That's
was
good.
lucky to actually come on because I didn't think I would get to. Yeah.
I'm glad you did.
I'm glad
And
you're
I'm
doing
glad I got
better.
to catch up with my girl Mia this last week. I'm like, man, it's been a long time since I got the fuck out of here. And so that was really
Want to
good.
do
And we
another
actually got,
trivia night?
yeah, but we need more people.
Yes, we
Yeah, we
do.
got kind of pulled
I
into the
don't know. We
trivia
kind of
thing.
held
Like,
our own.
we did good.
What did you
There,
do?
he's like, we went to have dinner together and then go for a paranormal investigation afterwards. And they wouldn't let me seat before because they're like, oh, it's trivia night. So unless she's here, you can't seat yourself. So I was like, all right. So I was waiting for Mia, and then Mia showed up, and she looked so beautiful. And then they sat us, and we ordered our food and our brews and stuff. And then they gave us a sheet, and we figured out what our name was, which was the Miss Fitz, like MSMISS Fitz.
Mhm.
And it was just the two of us. The
MISS.
rest of the groups were huge.
Yeah, that was that. Yeah, there was a lot of groups. We did a surprise trivia night, and we nailed it on the bird section, but just about everything else was
We went
for two
484.
people though. We didn't we like apparently it's an elimination thing and we made it till the last round. So we obviously weren't that bad.
No, by
Yeah,
the
we were
sounds of
pretty
it, you
hardcore.
got it.
Yeah, we're like,
But it's not it's almost not fair though if there was like a group of 10 people sitting next to us at that
yeah,
table.
10, then 8, then 4 and 3. Like, I think we were the smallest group.
We were the
Unless there
smallest
was
group,
one
yeah.
individual somewhere. But yeah, we were the smallest. But we
Mhm.
And still
survived.
made it to the end.
Mhm.
Yeah, and we were in the running, and the guy kept coming by. And he's like, "You're still in the running." We're like, "Yes," even though they were like,
Yeah.
Ah.
It was the last category that kind of got us though, which was art.
art and artists. Yeah, so we started with 4. We got 4 correct on the
And
first
like I
one,
was
8 correct
not an
on the
art
second,
major. This is
4
way
correct on the.
deep in my
Well, it's just listening
unconscious.
to each other and listening to each other's answers, and I think that's how we got so far. But yeah, it was weird. Like I wish Johnny was there. Maybe Robert. I'm like, can we do like Google people in our group or something? Like we got people all around the world that want to do trivia night.
video
Can we do
chat.
that?
Just
Yeah,
video chat, and we'll be able to like Google from one end, and then
it would have been awesome because you guys would have known. Like,
Yeah, there's
I'm
like
one
no
of the
service
ones.
in there.
That was what, Mia? Sorry.
There's no service in there anyway, though. Like I know that from
Yeah,
non-trivia nights.
yeah. Oh, sounds like it would have been fun. I love that sort of stuff.
All
Me
right,
and
well,
my
I'm gonna
girls on the
try.
golf.
I'm gonna try to end
Sorry,
this
guys.
once again. So,
Yeah.
oh
All
shoot.
right.
Oh, it was
Well,
lovely to catch up with you guys.
You
yeah.
guys too, and we can do like the whole after party thing, but I'm just trying to get this off the airwaves
All right.
for these
I shall
watchers out there. So Mia,
vanish.
Johnny,
Vanish.
varnish, don't varnish. How can people catch up with you and ask you any questions they have within the paradox of what we talked about this evening, or maybe even some other question they might have, just because they kind of feel like, oh, I clicked with you. Can I ask you this question? Because you might understand.
I mean, I
That's
guess try
smart.
me on Facebook or Instagram, MEA Savage, or I'm more active on my music Instagram. I don't know why. It's Antidote for Savages Instagram, and it's the same on my YouTube, I believe. And yeah, and TikTok, same thing, Antidote for Savages. I've been not as social media active lately, but yeah. Thinking about just throwing my phone in the fire if it wasn't for you guys, but
You did that because I'd be like, where's my sister?
yeah.
Johnny, Banani, what about you? How can our listeners and friends get a hold of you if they have any questions as far as anything we talked about? Or
Okay, so I am at Paracrypt or Paracrypt.
uh-oh. So I heard you say you are at Paracrypt or Paracrypt, and then I didn't hear anything else.
Am I there? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you
Can you hear
said
me?
I am at
So
Paracrypt or Paracrypt, and then you stopped.
Paracrypt or Paracrypt Oz on Facebook. They're two separate pages. One's a group page, one's an actual page, a business page. And then I'm on TikTok as Paracrypt Jani. Yeah, but that's as far as my social media content goes.
I'm so grateful
As you
ladies.
said TikTok, I ate a TikTok.
Are you playing out of my accent, girl?
The party don't stop tonight.
I actually am one of those people, I catch accents very easily, and I don't mean to.
Mhm. I know Vern hates it. He's like, I don't know why you go into these accents, and I'm like, I don't know either, but shh.
It's just my different personalities.
Yeah, it's entertaining. Does it? Tell me it doesn't entertain you, right? Like whenever I throw on like a Canadian or an American or a Scottish or an Irish or
Yeah.
It just depends on what you're drinking for the night, you know? If it's whiskey, then
Yeah.
got some
I
Irish
love
coming
that.
out.
I don't know. Like, I feel my roots hardcore, and I can connect, and I ain't embarrassed about it. If you don't like it, go to hell. Somewhere else.
Oh, mine's like mocking like ads and stuff, you know, like there was a margarine ad and it was called Mrs. McGregor's Margarine. And so I still, this came out in the 80s, man, and I still walk around like, yeah, can you buy better than Mrs. McGregor?
This
I
is
still just rip off the ad. Yeah. Yeah, find it such a smooth spreader. You know the taste of
I
Mrs.
remember
McGregor.
Mrs. McGregor.
Oh, it's a wonderful
Who's
margarine.
the best girl?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm talking to my dog and I just realized I'm like, who's the
Yeah,
best
who's the
girl?
best girl?
Are you a good girl? You're such a good girl.
Yeah, I'd like to think I was, but then oh shit, she's talking to her dog.
Are you a good girl, Johnny?
Yes.
Sometimes,
Meow.
but most
Behind
of the
my
time.
ears. Yeah, I just do this for you,
And
Mia.
like, there. Yeah, go somewhere else. We don't like it.
I'll just scratch behind my ear.
I would use my foot, but then the police might get called. I don't know.
Do we need to start some sort of a furry like podcast now? Or...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh
Well,
my
let me
god, aren't they
I
funny?
want to once again thank you so much for being on the show with me tonight.
Yes,
I
good
know it's a
night.
crazy world
Thanks, Tessa.
we're living in right
Really?
now, and it's been pretty freaking intense. I don't know about you gals, but ooh-wee Shane, I've been kind of blown away by all this stuff, and I've been really hooked to Lahaina and the local peoples
Mercury's in
there,
the
and just
microwave.
yes, thank God.
Also no.
Maybe that'll help a little bit. But Lahaina
think
going through what they're going through, and like the local people's just, seeing what they're going through instead of listening to the media who tries to distort shit. Just go to the source. That's what I feel.
I think
I don't know
too
about
the
you guys.
other thing is like being able to come in here and like share the stuff that we've been experiencing over the month, and then finding that other people are going through it too. Like it's not just
Mhm.
ourselves. I've really find that validating and important for my mental health and growth to know that I'm not going crazy.
Seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, because there are so many shifts occurring and in so many different ways, and you guys are on the other side of the world, so it's not just something that's just occurring on my side of the planet, it's on yours as well, and everybody's receiving the same messages and everybody's watching the same things as or going through them. We were having the floods last year at the beginning of the
Mhm.
year, and now you guys are going through it. Is it climate or is it these people doing things? Like we're finding information that validates both, so who do we believe? What are our instincts telling us? And
I
get
think
that.
I think we
Also,
should definitely, what always helps me and makes me feel better is knowing that we have a government that loves and protects us, and I always do what they tell me to do, usually through like mainstream media, because I know that all they give is the truth. I take my vitamins and my vaccines, and
you're such a good girl.
and I'm such a good
Are you a
girl.
good girl, Mia?
You're
You're
such a
such a
good
good girl.
Only for you.
kid. That's flat
On my
Earth Earth.
deathbed.
Holy
Oh,
shit.
that's a caca.
I
I
think
think
I
we
need to
all.
learn from her and change my stasis so I can be protected too. Too shady. I just
Oh,
want to
it's
be
a
with my
cracker.
sister till the end, and I think she's closest to safety, and so therefore I shall cling to her throughout this. I don't know.
I think we all want to live in these 15-minute cities, don't we?
Yeah,
I
with
can't
happy
wait.
15 fucking minutes. We'll be okay. 15
Absolutely.
fucking minutes.
Yeah.
We can be in
How
these
smart.
like in those like rubber balls where all we have is our shiny little boxes to keep us company, and no human interaction, and then we can be fed through a tube with whatever nutritious
Oh no, it's a
food that.
tablet. Isn't it a
Oh
tablet?
yeah,
That guy from the future. Like,
yes, space food
And we all wear
from
Crocs.
the government.
We
yeah,
all drink
yeah,
Gatorade.
disperse. You got a month's worth of rations that will keep you completely sustained in a tiny little tablet. How smart? How smart is that? It's like
It's smart housing,
it's
smart bubble eco-friendly housing.
It's smart.
And
Hey,
no one
my
will have
phone.
vehicles.
I am
My
smart. SMRT.
SMRT. I am so smart. I'll tell you, my smartphone just came up and said that I have 10% battery left, and then the thing's gone up, and then it's come up going I got 43%.
Well, ladies,
My brain did
let's
that.
say it again. Thank you so much again for being my friend and my guest this evening on We Are Paradox Media's Late Night in the Rockies. It was awesome to hang out with you and listen to your viewpoints because everybody's just freaking brainwashed and the world's just kind of a crazy place right now. I don't know if you feel it, but I feel it too.
I feel
We
it
all do.
everywhere. Mainly my
And I
left
also,
foot, though.
yeah,
It keeps cramping. I
are
don't
you
know why.
there?
That's why I was stretching.
I know, it's like my left leg keeps going numb. I'm like, what the hell? Keep punching it and stretching it and tensing my muscles. But beyond that, I want to thank all of our friends on We Are Paradox Media's Facebook, KPNL Radio, Twitter, Spreaker, or Twitter is now called X, right? It's kind of weird. Spreaker, iHeartRadio, and wherever else beyond the Omniverse you've been listening tonight. I had a wonderful time, especially hanging out with Johnny Banani and Miss Mia Savage. My girls, like, we have no filter, and we're just gonna say what the fuck we're gonna say. But hopefully you guys come back in again tomorrow night when we do story time with me, TessaTNT. I just want you guys to remember, don't forget, we're all in this together, and together we can make the world a little bit better. Because without you, there is no us, and I don't know, we just need to don't sweat the petty shit, pet the sweaty shit, you know? We just need to keep
Absolutely.
on keeping on. Yes.
And
That's
and
just the best way to go.
sometimes you just need sometimes you just need what is it? What is it?
You've got a friend in
a
me.
stiff drink and a hard friend, or I mean
A hard drink and a fifth friend.
a what? That
I don't know.
that came out.
I'm like a calamity or
No,
what's
that's not
is
even
that the
what I
thing
was
that goes
trying
up
to
your
say.
ass?
What was I trying to say? I'm gonna shut up, but it was supposed to be
Oh my God, Tessa!
a good friend and a stiff drink, or
Yes, that's
Okay.
it.
that's what it is.
A good
It's
friend and
kind
a
of the
I
same
stiff
thing I
drink.
said, but mine was kind of backwards. I said
Mine
a stiff
was
drink and a good
all
friend, and you said a
messed up.
fifth. I don't know,
I don't know what I
but I
Yeah,
said.
it
agree.
came out a good drink and a stiff friend.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not
Mm.
what I meant to say. Oh
Yes.
my goodness.
Me
Have
as
you
being
guys
a
joined
good
us?
girl.
Yes.
Get
She's
away
she's
from
my
me.
bestie. She's my bestie. I will be
My
there
dog
to catch her,
is
though.
a great dog though. Like she's laying here and she's just like the coolest Pyrenees dog in the world. I don't know why. I love her so much.
Oh, she is. She's the sweetest little dog. She's got her
Mhm.
little Grinch feet. She's the cutest little thing ever.
No, that's the Pomeranian. I've got a big white Pyrenees Anatolian
Oh,
livestock dog. Yeah,
okay. I thought you
she
were
doesn't
talking
have
about
any
Honey.
livestock. No, they're both great. They're
Honey.
both here. The gang's all here. My bitches, I call them my bitches because they're female.
All your
So,
bitches.
because Ramsey's the only male and he's in Colorado, so I just have my two bitches here, and
Now he's herding Pepper around.
they're the best bitches. I tell
You know, Ray nip her ass. Anyways, you guys don't forget, we're all in this together. And together we can make the world a little better. And together, my friends, we are Paradox Media because without you, there is no us. And ain't no way in hell we're going to make it out of here alone. We got to work together to get out of this fucked up realm we call the world. So until next time, night and night, love and light. Take care of my yous. And hopefully I'll see you back here tomorrow night on Weird Paradox Media's Late Night in the Rockies. Ladies, if you want to join me on the after party, I'll just hit you up on the speaker. If you don't join, I understand. And we all got lives to get to tomorrow. But I'm so glad, Jani and Mia, that you joined us tonight. And you're here till the end. Travis and Robert kind of skipped
Till
out.
the bitter end.
Till the bitter freaking end.
Loyal to the core.
Indeed.
We could
Love you,
read this.
ladies.
All right. Keep going forever. All right. Good night.
Bye,
Good night.
guys.
If you want to come on the
Bye.
after party, we can keep talking.
Okay.
Mwah.